Yeah, welcome to the Mob Archaeologists. We are back. I'm here with Tony, Angelo, and I'm just some guy who wandered in off the street, but I'm happy to be here. And we're going to be getting into a topic we've been meaning to go in depth on for some time. This has been a topic that we've discussed privately for many years. Angelo's been researching it deeply, going back a decade. He has some stuff in the works. Tony knows a great deal about it. And it's going to be the topic of mainlanders in Cosa Nostra. And not just mainlanders, but the influence and direct links to the Camorra. And not just the Neapolitan Camorra, but also the Calabrian Camorra. There's evidence that early Ndrangheta organizations were actually referred to as Camorra. And we'll get into that maybe in more detail. But Calabrians and men from Campania entered Cosa Nostra. Looks like it started around the 1910s and then really escalated in the 1920s. And those influences continued. These guys entered Cosa Nostra. These weren't just random Italian Americans. You know, they did begin to recruit random Italian Americans, but there were these other guys from southern Italy who had their own traditions and roots in formal organizations that paralleled the mafia. So, you know, with the American Cosa Nostra, it is a distinctly Sicilian phenomenon. You know, there's information going back to the 1800s that show nearly identical rules, structure, positions. You know, everything we see today in American Cosa Nostra more or less existed in Sicily going back to the 1800s. So even though there were these influences and specifically members who had roots in the Camorra, uh, they didn't Camorra, as Angelo said, they didn't Camorraize Cosa Nostra, but they did bring in influences. And so we're going to discuss that a little bit. We're going to discuss specific people and places that relate to this, and we'll just roll from there. Do you guys have anything you want to add? Any introductory comments?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that just to sort of very quickly ground what we're talking about historically, because depending on people's level of interest and exposure to this topic, right? When they hear Camorra, they think of the modern day phenomenon in urban, Naples and in surrounding areas, mainly in the region of Campania. And this is something that's an historical offshoot, right, of the phenomenon that we're talking about. So the modern day, since World War II, Camorra, that's sort of recorded by Roberto Saviano, that's known from like the movie and the series Gomorrah, right? This is a sort of amorphous, shifting set of loosely organized gangs and criminal syndicates that wield tremendous power in parts of Italy, have connections overseas because of narcotics trafficking and other operations. It's a very serious criminal phenomenon, but it's not an organized society, which is what makes it different than its origins in an old Camorra that was an organized, as it was called, the honored society, right? And this is important. It's not the phenomenon you see today, right, is quite different than the phenomenon we're talking about, which had a very strictly organized, heavily ritualized organization with its own set of like rich mythology. And that has been preserved in Calabria, even though it was lost in Naples.
Absolutely.
That's what they call the Ndrangheta today. Yeah. So these all of these share roots, these mainland mafias share roots in this older Camorra phenomenon, which, like the Sicilian mafia, comes to the US in the late 19th century with immigrants that are flooding into the country, right? At that time. And then those networks get transplanted in this country. And as Eric, I think, succinctly set up for us, they, over decades, intertwine to the point where these Camorristi, the Camorra members in the US, are essentially merged into the mafia. And they don't create a hybrid organization. It's not a Sicilian mafia / mainland mafia hybrid. They come into Cosa Nostra under the rules and organization of Cosa Nostra, but they bring their own sort of experiences and viewpoints to it.
Yeah, and even
Major part of this history is those members coming in, right?
yeah, and even the American Cosa Nostra families that had significant mainland influence, and specifically from Calabrians and Neapolitans,
Mhm.
they didn't change the structure of their families. They were still a reflection of their Sicilian mafia roots. So it's fascinating that these guys were able to not only become members, but rise into influential positions within Cosa Nostra, a primarily Sicilian phenomenon, while also maintaining those networks and, uh, adding their own benefits to Cosa Nostra without dismissing Cosa Nostra, without trying to dismantle it or anything like that. It wasn't like we're going to enter this organization and change it from the inside. They did, you know, there were influences from them, which we can see, but it wasn't an attempt to like sneak in and, change what the mafia was, which is interesting.
Yeah, and I would add, right, because the primary point of the show is we're interested in exploring the sort of history, sociology, anthropology, even of the American mafia, Cosa Nostra in America, right? So it points back to Italy, but there's also different phases in the history of the U.S. mafia, right? And we always, sort of center all these different families that existed at one point in the U.S. They're all lodges, right, or cells of a larger phenomenon. A member made into any of these families is a member of the brotherhood anywhere, right? But at the same time, these organizations also took on local characteristics, not in the structure, not in the organization itself, right, but in terms of who got recruited as membership, and the sort of almost corporate character of each family reflects its membership, which is also downstream of immigration patterns in different cities. So some American mafia families remained entirely or mainly Sicilian in their membership composition. Other families were profoundly impacted by the entrance of people primarily from the southern part of the Mezzogiorno of southern Italy, right? And I think we're mainly going to focus on those families today because they play a big role in this story, right? So different family, but all of these different members were still part of the same brotherhood, interacted with each other, and saw each other as being equivalent brothers, right? Even though some families remained very Sicilian because their communities were Sicilian, other families reflected the incorporation of Italians from different parts of Italy into a new Italian American identity, living next to each other, working with each other, not always amicably, but more or less, right?
Yeah, and one of the best, most well-known examples of this is the Genovese family
Yeah.
of New York. And with the New York families, we can see that the Bonanos had roots in Trapani, Western Palermo. I recommend Angelo's 2014 May 2014 Informer article if you want to really dig into the ancestry of the New York families. But the Bonanos, they had an identity linked to Castellammare del Golfo and some other nearby areas. The Gambinos, it was Palermo, to some degree Agrigento. The Gambinos did seem to bring in more mainlanders early on, which we'll probably touch on, but Palermo, Agrigento was a core part of their ancestry, their identity. The Lucchese's, we see Corleone, some other areas of Palermo, Colombo's, Palermo, Villabate. But then you get to the Genovese family, where there were significantly more mainlanders by the time we really become aware of who the members were and what they were doing. It's under Joe Masseria, and he brought in a significant number of influential mainlanders who already seemed to have been somebody. These weren't low-level hoodlums he recruited and elevated, but some of these guys, there's reason to believe they had significant stature, and the family took on that identity. You see some of these guys rise to influential positions. Vito Genovese from Campania, he becomes underboss by 1931. Many of the Capo Decine, they become influential. And we actually have confirmation that some of these big names in the Genovese family were Camorristi. And the evidence of that, aside from just circumstantial links and relationships, is a recording from the early 60s of New Jersey Captain Ray DeCarlo. He operated in Newark, a highly respected figure, and the FBI had an excellent bug in his headquarters that recorded many great conversations. One that's been discussed a lot, not just by us, but by many researchers, is a discussion between him and some New York-based Genovese members where they discussed something that was transcribed by the FBI as the combiniche. And this has led to a lot of speculation. They refer to seemingly an organization called the combiniche that you know, may have predated these guys' membership in Cosa Nostra, and we now know that's the case. But there's been a lot of question about exactly what that was, and on the recording, and I'll just read the how DeCarlo brings it up here. But DeCarlo says, I remember years ago, 1931, 32, we used to rob stills. What did we know that these guys? What did we know that these guys were all wheels? We used to say, the hell with them. Someone named Benny, who I believe to be Benny Lombardo, Benny Squint, says, you were lucky. DeCarlo says, that's right. Benny says, you were lucky. Don't worry about that. They were the breaks you got in life. So they're saying we used to rob important guys, what they call wheels. We've seen some recordings where they refer to guys as wheels and big wheels, big shots. So Benny's saying, you were lucky. Like you robbed these guys and, got away with it. DeCarlo then says, well, we were with the combination at the time. Benny says, combination? What combination? Ray corrects him and says, combination. We were with the combination. They were no babies either. Vito was a combination. Richie and all them guys were combination before they got in here. Most of these guys upstate and in Reno got sneaked in. Willie Moretti got sneaked in. They got sneaked in. Vito got sneaked in, I think he told me in 1923. He brings up an Al Amigi, and then we'll get into who that is in a second. But that sets the stage. DeCarlo's saying that early on, 1920s, early 30s, they were affiliated with guys who were referred to as the combination. And some people have speculated that this was referring to some sort of quote-unquote combination. Dave Critchley, for example, and I respect Dave a lot. Dave published an excellent book in 2009. He covered a lot of stuff. We've learned more since then. So, I mean no disrespect to Dave. When we're dialoguing with other researchers here, so I mean no disrespect to Dave when we correct this. But he refers to the quote-unquote combination. He says, until mainland Italians were accorded membership status in New York City mafia families, some appear to have belonged to a quote-unquote halfway house, composed of those ineligible because of their backgrounds to access mafia membership. The FBI in that context overheard Genovese family member Angelo DeCarlo referring to a combination, which Dave clarifies as a combination. Those in the combination included the Calabrian and Neapolitan Willie Moretti, Richie Boiardo. They later joined the mafia, in Boiardo's case, in about 1944. The likes of Vito Genovese, Boiardo, and Moretti were sneaked into the combination, DeCarlo argued, before they got in here. According to DeCarlo, Willie Moretti got sneaked in. They got sneaked in. Vito got sneaked in, I think he told me, in 1923. So Dave and some other researchers, believe that this was some sort of, in-between organization, sort of a maverick outfit that, was, these guys were brought into before they could be brought into Cosa Nostra. Well, Angelo said it straight. I had already read through this, and I suspected they were referring to the Camorra somehow. Angelo knows much more about the Camorra than I do, but from looking at the names, these are mainlanders, these are Southern Italians. I suspected there was a Camorra element to this discussion, but Angelo, he pointed out that combination was actually a phonetic transcription of Camariste. It was said in a way, we know from FBI transcriptions of wiretaps, they often get words, specifically Italian words and names, very wrong. In this case, it's not even that egregious. I mean, it's pretty easy to see that combination was simply a phonetic transcription of Camariste, Camariste, and, the proper term is Camarista, but we know the A is often dropped. We've seen the term Camariste used. And, this is said by a guy, an Italian American, it's not hard to link that. And when Angelo said that, a light bulb went off. The whole transcript basically tied itself together after he pointed that out. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to read a version of the whole transcript, unless you guys have anything to add first. But I'd like to go ahead and read this whole transcript with the correct terms applied, and then we'll discuss what they're talking about. Does that sound good?
Yes. the only thing I would add is just to be clear, they're not saying combination, right? This is, I mean, past researchers, given the sort of tools and the viewpoints that they had to, come to conclusions, right? Were trying to fit it with what they knew and understood about the mafia at the time. To them, it made sense to, perhaps see this as something like a halfway house, even though the term halfway house is not used on this transcript, right? And if you look at the actual FBI file, remember there's agents sitting there in a room who are transcribing these tapes. This is the early 1960s. People complain sometimes about YouTube sound quality. So imagine what the fidelity was like. And again, as you pointed out, this is an Italian-American guy, Angelo Ray DeCarlo, right? Speaking whatever Italian he's going to speak is going to be heavily influenced by an older form of Napolitan dialect. He's saying something like Camorra, right? And it's a phonetic transcription. They put combinish in quotes because they don't actually know what he's saying. They're just trying to render it. So, and then when the person we believe is Benny Lombardo even says combination, what do you mean combination? He's like, no, right? So they're not saying combination or anything similar to combination.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that people really, because it's not just Dave.
Yeah.
A number of researchers really believe they're saying combination, but it's right there in the transcript. DeCarlo corrects him. I'm not saying combination. I'm saying combinish.
Yeah.
And so it's they say explicitly. DeCarlo says explicitly that's not what he's saying, but people only have so many points of reference. And I myself, after Angelo pointed out that he's saying Camariste, I was like, duh, how did I not see that? Like, I've gone through so many transcripts and made sense of some, not made sense of others. And after he said that, I was like, that was so obvious. But once he said that, it made a lot of sense. And there's another part too where there's an Italian word that's redacted, and they're discussing the degrees of membership in this combinish. And the Italian word's redacted, and then they discuss what the meaning of that word is. And they say that means kids or recruits. And I'll get into that when I read the transcript. But we know it's obvious that word was Picciotti, which was a rank in the Camorra and does translate to young boy, kid, recruit. So the whole thing fit together. And I really credit Angelo with that, with really putting that together, where I went from being like, it sounds like they're talking about the Camorra, to being like, no, they are absolutely discussing the Camorra.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go ahead and read it, and we can, if you guys want to jump in and comment on anything while I'm talking, just let me know. But I'm going to start out here. And so Ray DeCarlo says, well, we were with the Camorristi at the time. Benny says, combination, what combination? Ray says, Camorristi. We were with the Camorristi. They were no babies either. Vito was a Camorrista. Richie and all them guys were Camorristi. Before they got in here, most of those guys upstate and in Reno got sneaked in. Willie Moore got sneaked in. They got sneaked in. Vito got sneaked in. I think he told me in 1923. Al Amici, someone named Frank says, Al. Guy named Fred says, yeah. Ray says he got sneaked in. Fred says, over there. And we would say he's working when he was there for years, maybe 10 years. Pretty obvious they're referring to Al Capone, who had been working in Chicago for about 10 years before he was made into Cosa Nostra. Fred says, Al was a neighborhood Camorrista. And something I want to point out, too, is, with people thinking that combination was a reference to the organization, it makes a lot more sense that they were saying Camorrista, because Vito was a combination. Richie and all them guys were combination. That doesn't make sense. So it makes much more sense that they were referring to the actual rank of Camorrista. So anyway, Fred says, Al was a neighborhood Camorrista. You see, we taught all these fellows how to talk Italian. The Sicilians, when two fellows would meet and they wanted to introduce themselves, one would say, and there's an Italian phrase that's redacted. Ray says, what would he ask for? A match. So you had to cut it in half and give him the head part. That was the Camorristi. Yeah. So Swats Mulligan, who was a Genovese member, very close to Funzi Thierry in Brooklyn, he says, them was the people that got the pig language. And then with us, you can't introduce ourselves. But the guy wants to knock on the door. The guy with there's some Italian words that aren't included. He could talk the pig language, and the more you knew about talking it, the bigger guy you was. Of course, that's all. He says it's like the first, second, and third degree. So, and in parentheses, it compares that to the Masons. You see, they got what they call Picciotti. Ray says, them are the kids. Benny says, recruits. Ray says, the Camorristi and the Mafia is the same. Swats Mulligan says, sure. But I'm telling you this. Ray says, they joined up and got together. Richie was a Camorrista. Vito was a Camorrista. Tato was a Camorrista. Swats says, that's right, and it was the same ritual. Don't think it was any different, as far as the same thing. Ray says, and they all got sneaked in, the Camorristi, and that was when it was a good thing, when they had it all by themselves. Nobody knew them, who the hell they were. And when they started letting Americanized guys in, this guy a button guy, that guy a button guy, he's a button guy, introduced. Then SWAT says, do you know what unvatura means? Ray says, that's a bad guy, the boss and underboss. That's how they got the game bocce, boss and underboss. So once we put this in proper context, it's utterly fascinating because we have Genovese members from both New York and New Jersey explicitly identifying key Genovese leaders as former Camorristi. These guys were obviously around it. Ray DeCarlo, he says he was with the Camorristi, when he was young coming up. He wasn't made until the 1940s, but he was active in New Jersey by the 1920s. So he's not just identifying these important leaders as former members of the Camorra, but he's saying that he himself was affiliated with it. Swats Mulligan, based on his knowledge of Camorra rituals and protocol, he was clearly around it as well, or close to somebody who told him about it. I think it's interesting that Benny, who I believe is Benny Squint Lombardo, that he doesn't jump in. The other guys are all mainlanders. Benny Lombardo he had Sicilian heritage, and he came up with the 116th Street crew. They no doubt probably had their own links to some of these figures, to Camorra circles. But it's interesting that he is confused about the term. He's like, are you saying combination? And then he doesn't add any of his own knowledge of it. So I think that's telling to me that Benny Squint, who I believe to be Benny Squint, doesn't seem to have his own knowledge, whereas all of the other guys who talk do, and they happen to be mainlanders.
Yeah. Ciaffoni is Swats Mulligan. His actual surname was Ciaffoni, right? Yep. And he was from his family's from Potenza province, actually from the same town, Muro Locano, that some important Chicago leaders, including Jackie Cerrone, that was their hometown also. So it's interesting to see people from some of these same towns popping up, in these circles in different cities, right? Which could be related to, again, the ways that people from some of these mainland areas of southern Italy, were already becoming inserted into the, the mafia system in the U.S.
And Angelo, do you want to shed a little light on what he means when he says it's like the first, second, and third degree, like the Masons, and they got what they call Picciotti?
When it comes to the Society of the Mainland, it's very different from the Sicilians, because the Sicilians, going into the Sicilians first, they got 1 degree of membership. You join, you are a member. It doesn't matter if you're a soldier, whether you're a boss of bosses, whatever. You are a member of 1 degree of membership. When it comes to the mainlanders, they had 3 different degrees of membership, like the Freemasons. It would start out with Giovanotto Onorati, that was the bottom one, honored youths. Then you had Picciotti, which was the 2nd grade. And then you had the 3rd grade, which was Camorrista. So basically, people that joined this, not everyone that joined this was necessarily a Camorrista. Some of these guys in the 60s, they might have been younger, back when it was around, they might not have reached that full grade. So these degrees of membership, they cannot be internalized or viewed through the prism of what most Sicilian mafia experts look at it as, because it just doesn't correlate. People tried to make Picciotti, Camorrista on up as like ranks or office positions, like capo di cin or underboss. It doesn't correlate.
No.
like you can't be demoted from being a camarista if you have that degree, right?
You can be killed for committing an infraction. Yeah.
It's a bit
Yeah.
diminishing, you
No,
know,
you
that's,
can't be demoted. Just like
but
a
you know, within the mafia,
Mason, you can't be demoted to a lower degree of Freemasonry. It's
right,
Camorrista is exactly like the Master Mason, right? The third degree, where even though they have these honorary degrees and so forth in Freemasonry, like Scottish Rite and different sorts of honorary degrees, those things in terms of actual membership in Masonry, which happens through a lodge, which is kind of equivalent to a family or a society, right? All of the guys who are at the third degree, Master Mason, are all full members. The ones before that are sort of neophytes, right? They're initiates, acolytes, right? They're being trained because the model goes back originally to stonemason guilds, right? So it's like apprentices versus masters, right? And this is exactly what we see in the Camorra, right? Where we see these grades of membership from neophyte to apprentice, essentially to master. The master would be the Camorrista.
Allow
and
me to
as you,
say this real quick. The reason for these degrees of membership is, the mafia sees itself as an exclusive men's club. They, even though, okay, they bring in people that people later on conclude aren't deserving, it is kind of written in their thing that they want to bring in the best of the best, even if that's not always practiced. When it comes to, this other society, though, they want to bring everybody in. I mean, it is like a union. They want as many people as they can. They bring them in. They keep them at the lower level. The ones that are, promising or looking to move up, they become the Picciotti, and then after doing things for a while, then they become the Camarista. So they kind of get the best of both worlds,
and these were, yeah,
as opposed to the mafia. Go ahead.
and it's important to point out too that these were referred to as the minor and major society.
Yep.
The Camorra was divided into two societies, the minor and the major. Angelo laid out the degrees, Giovanotto d'Onore, my Italian's terrible, everyone knows that, as well as Picciotto, and those were the minor society. The Camorristi was the major society. So even though, you can't directly compare, I mean, you can compare it to Cosa Nostra, but they don't directly correlate. But I would say like the Camorristi were closer to what we would call a made member of Cosa Nostra. It was, you're officially a man essentially, and it's no coincidence that Picciotto means boy. It means a young man or a boy. So you become a man when you become a Camorrista. And so when he's discussing these names like Vito, Richie Boiardo, Tato, and Willie Moore as Camorrista, he's not just saying they were affiliated with the Camorra, they were associated with the Camorra. He's actually saying they were with the major society, and he was in a position to know. As they elaborate, it's clear that these guys knew how it worked. They knew about the different degrees. And, he mentions, Swats Mulligan mentions there was the first, second, and third degree, like the Masons. Well, as Angelo said, there were 3 degrees in the Camorra at that time. So, if you needed further confirmation that that's what they're discussing, it's right there. And there's a lot of jumping off points within this transcript. It's hard to tell what they were saying at the end. Tony, I know you had some thoughts on the what was transcribed as un Batura, right?
Yeah, it says Batura, Batura, I believe, is how it's transcribed as a phonetic transcription in the tape. We're not sure exactly what, and that's Swats Mulligan that says this, right? If I recall correctly, right? Now, what there is there's a phenomenon called batuta or bati bati, and this was something that in the earlier 20th century was recorded in the prisons in Italy as a sort of primitive kind of Morse code. The Camorristi and other prisoners in the Italian prisons would essentially tap out on the walls of their cells letters, right? Like 1 tap for A, 2 taps for B. So this was a sort of, again, like primitive sort of Morse code to transmit messages from cell to cell. That was called batuta. So it was a form of communication. And it's interesting because it's brought up after the reference to the pig language. So they're likening it to pig Latin, like a sort of coded language that only insiders would know. And they're saying, unlike us, unlike the mafia, Cosa Nostra, right, the Sicilian-derived mafia, we're not allowed to introduce ourselves to each other. We know that by the 1900 roughly, right, the Sicilian mafia, both in Sicily and the U.S., members had to be introduced by a third party as amici nostri, right, as friends of ours. Even if you knew another guy was a member and he knew you were a member because someone had told him, you couldn't walk up and say, hey, I'm in the mafia. I know you are too, right? Now, the Camorristi had a coded jargon, right, that they could use. And as I believe it's Schiaffoni again right there, that one of the other conversants in the tape says the more you spoke of it, like the more they would know, right? So this is a way, it's like a shibboleth. It's a way that you can identify yourself as a member, because the Camorra was originally a prison organization going back to the 19th century in Italy, right? So these are ways that guys could be able to, identify fellow affiliates of their society, right? And they can do it through these communicative measures. And they actually had a coded language which was recorded in the prisons in Italy called Boccaglio.
I want to hit on something real quick too. You mentioned the pig language. That's another thing that we can that we know. We know that Camorra had this sort of jargon they used when introducing each other. What is interesting, I mentioned in the introduction that the mafia, Cosa Nostra, and that's a term. The term Cosa Nostra evolved later, but it's one continuous entity going back to Sicily. We know that. And I mentioned that there's been very little change to the rules, the protocol, the structure. It's very much an analog to what we see in these 1800s investigations in Palermo and Agrigento. But one thing that did change that we know is Cosa Nostra used to have its own jargon for introduction. Now it's well known.
Yeah.
You have to what they're saying. They say it in the transcript, but the way a mafia member introduces himself, he can't introduce himself to another mafia member. He has to have a third party who's already been formally introduced to both of them as a member. He says, Joe, meet John. He's a friend of ours, vice versa. However, in the 1800s, Sicilian Cosa Nostra did have a way to introduce each other without a third party, and it was sort of a pig language jargon. It was there was a reference to a toothache. It was I have a toothache, and then based on how that other person responded and answered in this very bizarre exchange, you would communicate that you are a member of the mafia. They got rid of that, though. That's one thing that we know has changed about Cosa Nostra protocol. So it is interesting that both Cosa Nostra and the Camorra once had a version of that.
Yeah. I mean, we know they got rid of that in the late 19th century in Sicily because of, worries about infiltration from law enforcement. Because already by the 1880s and so forth, there's already significant law enforcement pressure that happens intermittently in Palermo and other places. So they changed that. One thing I would note, though, is it wasn't, at least from anything I've ever seen, it wasn't a pig language that they used specifically, right? It wasn't a coded language. It was questions that seemed absurd, right? But using, regular everyday words, right? So there's coded questions that could be given about a toothache and so forth. And as they go back and forth, eventually both of them can then kind of realize, oh yeah, this other guy is also a member of the fraternity, right? Whereas this Boccaglio that they had in the prisons in mainland Italy was, actually had words that would be, entire phrases, vocabulary that was impenetrable to outsiders.
Well, here's another thing. When it came to these question and answer sessions in, prison in the mainland, is the answers had to be very specific. You would walk up to somebody that you suspected of being a member, and you would talk in a very colorful language. With grace and humility, I bring, respect to the society, like something like that. If they say one wrong thing, they're going to know it's not true. There was one example where, not to go too deep into it, but there was one guy who was approached by somebody, and then they had a question and answer, and he asked them, where's your where's your piccioli di giornata? And then the guy says, oh, we don't have one. Our captain, our capo just takes care of everything. And from that alone, the guy knew that he was full of it. So he just knew that these guys were faking. So it was, later on there were examples of pig language, but at least in the 1860s, 70s, and 80s, these were just coded questions, and what you said had to be very, very precise. If you didn't go up and greet the society that way with grace and humility, like if you didn't say those terms, they knew that you were not authentic. Little things like that.
Yeah,
Interesting.
the Camorra, unlike the Mafia, also, I mean, they both have mythology and legends that they tell. Both of them, we can compare them to the Freemasons also in this, right? Like to posit in their own mythology, right, that they're much older and more exotic than they actually are in terms of anything that's been able to be substantiated by documentary evidence, right? So both the Mafia in Sicily and then the mainland, Camorra societies date back to sometime between the 1820s to 1850s, roughly, in terms of when we're able to start identifying actual documents and phenomena, right? Freemasonry is a little bit older, right? But, Freemasons will tell you, and some of them genuinely believe this, other ones, they know it's a myth, that it goes all the way back to the building of the temple in Jerusalem and so forth, right? Whereas, the Camorra had a robust, but compared to the Mafia, which likes to ground itself in sort of being a resistance movement to foreign occupation in Sicily, right? The Camorra likes to ground itself in all sorts of arcane rituals, right? And that's another thing that's important about these different grades of membership, which, at least by the early 20th century, we referred to as doti, endowments or gifts, right? These grades of membership or degrees of membership. Each one has its own complex ritual involving different ritual actions and different ritual speeches that have to be memorized. And that's very similar to Freemasonry also, where each degree is its own sort of ritual, right?
Yeah,
And has
the
different symbols.
Mafia too. Just since people will be interested in comparing the Camorra to the Mafia when we discuss this,
Yeah,
you know, when a member is promoted to, let's say, Capo di Cina or underboss, there's no ritual that goes along with it. There is a formal aspect, some
yeah,
guys have discussed, where often a third party is supposed to be there. And that's functional too, because one, you want to witness, but it also, a lot of people don't know this, but when a guy is promoted to a new position in Cosa Nostra, he has to be reintroduced by a third party with his new rank. So I'm sure that this rule is not strictly followed, but if a guy gets promoted to underboss, he can't go to another member and say, I'm the underboss now. Technically, another member has to be there who has already been introduced to him as underboss to say,
yeah,
meet Joe, he's our new Soro Capo. So
yeah,
there's no ritual though. There is protocol, but that's different from ritual.
yeah,
With the
absolutely.
Camorra, these different degrees do have ritual.
A
It
lot of it.
almost another ceremony. Am I correct?
Yeah, each one is a distinct ceremony. That's like, the different degrees of Freemasonry where it's just, there's a whole sort of symbolic process that's encoded in the actions and the words of the participants, right? Anybody who's familiar with the modern Ndrangheta and Calabria, the way I explain it is the modern Ndrangheta is the Camorra on steroids. So this love of not just protocol, but of almost pedantic legal discussions, memorizing of entire basically tracks of sort of mythology and ritual
Okay.
language and poetry and so forth.
As Angelo,
Later on, they added more degrees on top of the original degrees, and they made it even more ornate and sort of baroque.
Angelo, what did Nino Calderone say about that?
Oh, he just thought the whole thing was bewildering. He said nobody wants to serve time in a jail cell with a Androgatisti, because all they do is talk about their codes and their rituals all day long in colorful languages. And, um, the mafia just has a much more watered down, a much more basic, system in place. People try to compare the mafia to an arm to like based on the army. I don't see it like that, with the exception of consigliere. It seems more like a government than it does like an army. It doesn't really take on also much secret society trait, elements like, president, vice president, accountant, stuff like that, the different degrees of membership, whereas the Camorra did. The Camorra
I agree
on more.
100%.
I'm sorry?
I agree 100%. I've been saying for a long time, the mafia strives to not just create its own government, but fully synthesize with the government of whatever area it's based in. We see that in Sicily, where many town mayors were also the Cosa Nostra boss, or at least a member. We see where, there was an investigation into San Giuseppe Iato in Palermo, where it was just full symbiosis. It was, you couldn't, three successive bosses of the San Giuseppe family were also the town mayor. The entire city council, this is in the 1920s and 30s, the entire city council was comprised of Cosa Nostra members. So it wasn't just that the mafia in that, commune was, pulling the strings behind government. They had completely taken over the government, and there was really no differentiation between them. And that's not the only place that happened, or where they tried to make it happen. And we can also see within Cosa Nostra, it's representational. It's people are elected to as representatives, and it's a legal system. They have their own legal system. A made member is essentially someone who is allowed to practice mafia law. He can sit down, he can advocate, and we see legal language in it. We see political language and legal language. Avocado, rappresentante, and there is distinction there between the mafia and the Camorra in terms of how they see themselves and to some degree their goals.
Yeah. The Camorra did have what they called, tribunali. They had these sorts of courts that they would convene in order to try affiliates who were accused of infractions, right? And like the mafia, the infractions mainly revolve around problems of humildad, which is the original. So another sort of side note, right, is we keep referring to the organization itself as Camorra, right? The DeCarlo tape, he says these guys were Camorristi. He was a Camorrista. He doesn't say the name of the organization, right? Calling the organization the Camorra was typically not the practice of actual insiders in these organizations. The most common term used was onorata società, the honored society, which the Sicilian mafia, before it called itself Cosa Nostra, despite all these differences with the Camorra, also used the same term, onorata società, or they called themselves Società de Umiltà, the Society of Humility, and variations like this. And umiltà, humility in Italian, is actually the root of omertà that people will use today. And they use it today people say omertà means like the code of silence of the mafia or whatever, right? But this notion of umiltà, which was an essential value of both the mainland Camorra and the Sicilian mafia, right? What it really means, humility in the sense of subordinating yourself to the commands and the interests of the organization as a collective, right? You humble yourself before it.
It's worth pointing out too, like you're saying about the name, Joe Bonanno laid it out best with Cosa Nostra, where he said, there's no, universal name for it.
Yeah.
We're all referring to the same thing. He said Vincenzo Mangana would call it Cosa Nostra. I didn't call it that. I called it our tradition. He refers to some other terms that were used, but he says, I believe we're all referring to the same thing. Obviously they are.
Yeah.
And so the Camorra itself is subject to the same thing. People, even though what's interesting about all of these Italian underworld secret societies is the terms used for the ranks and structure. Yeah, they have euphemisms and they change. In America, they get anglicized, but they stay very static. Like the internal terminology stays static. The organizational names don't, where, as you mentioned, like, this was the case with the Camorra. I think that happens with the 'Ndrangheta, where it's like, oh, well, because it's called something different to us today, it means it was fundamentally different, that there isn't some sort of shared root. And with something I want to point out too is that all of these organizations at some point called themselves the Honored Society. Even though they were different organizations, they all at some point in their history referred to themselves as the Honored Society. We know Nicola Gentile, that was his term for the Sicilian Mafia, the Honored Society. We've seen that show up in these early mainland groups as well, even though they weren't, Ustessa Cosa, the same thing. Like, I want to point that out before we get further, just that there's no evidence of mutual recognition even though there was overlap and association, close relationships. We'll even get into dual membership probably before this is over. We'll touch on that at least. But in terms of actual mutual recognition, a Cosa Nostra member in any part of the world, if he's properly introduced, recognizes another guy as the same thing, a friend of ours. There's no evidence that the Camorra and the mafia ever did that between each other. Yet there are these similarities. They all called themselves the Honored Society. There's references to Omerta. Uh, Many of their beliefs are the same. Many of their fundamental principles are the same. One thing I will say that is different, along with the mafia being kind of more of a government legal system, at least the way they view themselves, is the criminal component was, and to some degree still is. I'd say it's become less so in America for sure, but the criminal component was almost like an inconvenient fact for the mafia. It's something that they were always involved in crime and corruption, but it didn't really define them. Whereas with the Camorra, it was much more of a defining characteristic, and we can see that with their relationship to prison, even some of the terminology they use. Today the Ndrangheta has a position, capo crimine. It's a title. It's a figurehead who presides over these summits, and you would never, and that literally translates to crime boss. Like we would never see Cosa Nostra within its own formal lexicon refer to anybody as the crime boss.
Yeah.
Even if somebody is a crime boss, they would never use that language amongst themselves. They would use rappresentante. They would use something else.
Well, a few things. One, when it comes to the term Camorra, just to draw back on that real quick, by the 1880s, into the 1900s, Camorra became a euphemism for tax. If someone went up to somebody and says you got to pay Camorra, that meant you got to pay the tax. And that was
street tax. Yeah.
And to touch on the differentiation of how, the mafia doesn't designate terms like crime boss and stuff like that. Well, really, with the exception of, consigliere, everything else is, part of a representative system. When you go into, what we call the Camorra, they had contaiolo or contabile, which down in Calabria, and that really means accountant. So there was, it's even in their articles, there was a strong emphasis on generating activity through gambling and also taking that money and kicking it up to the point where every 7 or 8 days there was going to be like a payday. So this was much more criminally affiliated, than the Sicilians.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. You guys, as I said at the intro, like you guys, everything I know about the Camorra, I've learned from both of you. I have my own interest in the mainlanders and the Camorra roots, but in terms of the nitty gritty details, you guys have schooled me. And something you guys shared with me was, there was an actual rule about members having to participate in gambling. Am I correct?
And Tony found this in the 1889 Body case.
This was in Body. And so we should also note real quick, right? So we're primarily talking about the Neapolitan / provincial Campanian Camorra and then the Calabrian Camorra, which is what evolves into what people start calling the 'Ndrangheta in the 1950s, right? These are branches of the same tree where guys who are initiated in prison over the course of the 19th century are released from prison and then start these societies, these cells back in their hometowns and the regions that they come from. This also occurred in other parts of the of the Mezzogiorno, including in Puglia. So there in the 1890s through 1900s, there was a series of cases of what was called Società di Malavita, and the evil life society, which is one of the best names, but means colloquially means the underworld, Malavita, right? In Italian, right? But what they describe, of course, is the same, Giovanni d'Onore, Picciotti, Camorristi, the major society, the minor society, all the initiation rituals and so forth, right? This is being described by witnesses who are affiliates who flip when the authorities crack down on these societies in Puglia. So in the 1890s through 1900s, there's a series of cases in Bari and in the vicinity of Bari and in Trani, as well as in Taranto and Lecce. So there's a number of, it's clearly something which, even though most of the documentation has captured the phenomenon in urban Napoli, in the city of Naples. It was present in sections of provincial Campania outside of urban Naples, where it was less visible to people who would leave records for us, right? People who wrote newspaper articles, people that wrote books, primarily focused on, the original Camorra in the prison, and then the societies that were established outside the prison in the city of Napoli. So this is a major city, right? It's less legible, it's less visible to us outside of those spheres, including in Calabria. There's a bunch of trials from the 1880s. It's like a virus in Calabria. It starts spreading all over, Reggio, and then, what was Catanzaro province, and also into Cosenza. But yeah, there's documents as well as accounts, right? Verbal accounts, right, and testimony that were taken from these trials in Puglia and in different parts of Calabria, and there's attestations that one of the rules of initiates is that they are required, and these are the members of the Società Minore, the minor society. These are the junior. It's like the junior wing, like the Frosh Soft versus the varsity, right? This is the junior wing. These guys are basically lackeys and servants almost to the Camorristi. The Camorristi have the major society. They're the full members. That major society, the Società Maggiore, would be like the equivalent of the mafia family, right? They have this society in this town or this neighborhood if it's in urban Naples. And then they have these affiliates that they initiate through these separate rituals into this sort of, B league, right? Like a summer league or something, right? These young kids, teenagers and so forth, and guys in their early 20s who are initiated, some by force, some were forced to join, other ones were lied to. They forced them to pay dues and initiation fees, which is a source of revenue for the guys in the major society. And they also give them rules like, we're going to give you packs of playing cards. You have to go out to the public squares in the town or the neighborhood. You have to actually induce people to gambling. Zecchinetta and some of these other games, gambling games that were popular in southern Italy, right? You're going to go out there, you're going to induce people, and then you're going to collect the camorra, the street tax on it. If people don't do that and they resist you, you're going to use violence against them. If you don't do this, we're going to slash your face, which is one of their,
And the reason I asked that question or brought that up is because there's no evidence of that in Cosa Nostra. There's no evidence that when a member is initiated, and trust me, I've read every account available. I've scoured, Cosa Nostra. I've never found a single example of a member who's inducted, who's told, you have to go commit these crimes, or you have to, force people to gamble and then take a tax from them. The mafia does that. The mafia does control and tax gambling, but I've never seen it as a rule. I've never even heard, even outside of the formal rules, I've never heard of a member forced to do that or told he has to do that. If he's already doing that, there's certain protocol and rules, right. But that's a different side of it. And what we do see with Cosa Nostra is you're forbidden from these certain activities. We know that at some point they outlawed counterfeiting, and even members spanning decades have said, when I was inducted, I was told I can't get involved in counterfeiting or government bonds. I can't get involved in prostitution. But they didn't say you can't do those. You have to get involved in gambling, loan sharking, this or that. We've seen where a member's inducted, and let's say he was working for another member's bookmaking operation. We've seen where he's inducted and the member's like, it's now yours. You now control that operation. But it's not part of, if he didn't want to do that, he wouldn't have to. It's
not part of the initiation ritual. It's not part of the actual, those things are sort of subsidiary to the organization, right? Your captain might tell you, well, now you're going to start working for me and doing this because he's your captain. You do listen to him, right? And you have to do what he says, right? In the mafia, right? But you're not initiated and told that one of the rules of the organization is you have to go out and collect street tax. And if you don't, we're going to slash you in the face.
And Cosa Nostra will also induct members who are not involved in those activities, especially the traditional mafia. We see it extensively in Sicily and the early American mafia, where they inducted members who were professionals. They brought their services to the mafia. They were corrupt, but they weren't street criminals. They weren't involved in the quote unquote rackets. And, we know of politicians being inducted, lawyers, doctors. They wouldn't induct a doctor and say, now you got to go collect gambling tax, But,
Yeah.
if a guy was already that type of member, he would now have to, subscribe to certain protocol within the organization related to those activities. But they're not going to induct a guy who's never done that stuff and then say, hey, time to do this. It's
Uh-huh.
it's more varied in that way. Even though the mafia, you can't, you know, I know that I've personally been accused before of kind of whitewashing the mafia when I point this stuff out, that I'm trying to kind of like separate the criminal side of the mafia. Like I'm adamant. These guys have been involved in crime going back to the earliest known cases. I do make a distinction between corruption and street crime, but I don't separate the mafia from crime. I only point out that there were members that weren't explicitly involved in crime, and there were once a significant number of them, because the mafia strive to accumulate as many resources in as many different avenues of life as possible.
Yeah.
It's a government. They're trying to control as many different aspects of life as possible, to serve their own interests. So it's inherently corrupt, but the mafia isn't, at its core, it's not simply, a glorified street criminal operation.
Yeah.
Whereas sometimes the Camorra does come across that way.
Well, what I would say, it's important to also, if you go back to the deeper history of these organizations, they reflect fundamentally different class backgrounds in terms of the original sort of membership and ethos of the organizations, right? So again, the Sicilian mafia, what we now call Cosa Nostra, which becomes the American mafia also, right? Its origins are in middle class strata. We don't mean middle class like they drove a Subaru, right? We mean middle class where they were the strata of society between the peasantry and the agricultural laborers at the bottom and the nobility and landowners, right? And sort of emerging capitalist class in the 19th century in Sicily at the top. They were people that were able to exploit certain advantage positions by being able to sort of play off people from both the lower and the upper strata. And then over time, right, these guys who were sort of managers, guards, leases, labor gang controllers and so forth that occupy these kinds of middle strata, they're the core of the mafia. And they then embrace men from the upper strata, as well as men from the lower strata, from the peasants and even the sort of outlaw brigand gangs, and bring them into their orbit, right? But it's a very different class composition, right? It has to do with the abolition of feudalism, the sort of kind of retrograded birth of capitalism that happens in the 19th century in Sicily, right? That creates these new sort of opportunities, changes land ownership, changes government and so forth. What we see with the Camorra, and we know for a fact it exists by like the 1850s, right? There's some disputes as to how far back it goes. That's sort of not really an important question for here, right? What we know is by the 1860s, it's well recorded as basically a cancer in the prison system across the south of Italy, in the mainland, and it's also in Sicily, right? Because there's in the prisons, people from different regions were put into different places. Up until 1860, all of the mainland Mezzogiorno and Sicily was part of the same country. Italy didn't exist yet. There was a kingdom called the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. Its capitals were in Naples and in Palermo, right? So men who were criminals who were incarcerated in this prison system, which was horrific, a very brutal, but really bad, really nasty, system, right? Were subject to these extortion rackets that existed in the prison. They may have existed for centuries by that point, but they form into what we would call the Camorra at some point in the 1800s as these extortion rackets, right? These networks of extortionists in the prison, right? Who were given basically control. They were allowed to run the prisons by the wardens. Because they're like, it's better to have these guys run the prison. They can deal with all the issues. We don't really care, right? We'll just interface with the leaders, right? So the prisons were basically turned over to the inmates. And they formed the sort of secret society by adopting elements related to sort of Freemasonry and Masonic-like societies to create this sort of ornate structure. It's an explicitly criminal. It's based in the bottom sections of society, right? Not just workers, but the sort of what people will call the lumpen proletariat, right? The sort of marginalized strata that form the vagrants and the criminals and so forth, for the most part, right? And then when it comes out, right? So like I mentioned earlier, it comes out into Calabria. All of a sudden, 1880s and 1890s in parts of Calabria, it's springing up left and right. There's these court cases and trials. People are running around slashing people's faces, extorting people. They're running prostitution rackets. It's people are scared to go outside, like normal citizens and stuff, right? Because what's happening is these guys are getting released from prison and they're coming out, they're founding these societies in their hometowns, recruiting a bunch of young guys to run around as their lackeys and their soldiers, basically, right? And they're creating, these Camorra societies. It's explicitly criminal.
And
Another
to
thing, so we mentioned prostitution. So the mafia we know that in the U.S., right, there was a lot of mafiosi, and this kind of goes back. Some of these guys who were involved in prostitution, who were Cosa Nostra members, some of them were former Camorristi, right? Or were Americanized guys who may have picked up different values. The Sicilian mafia, right, has always paid at least very strong lip service to the principle that it's immoral and dishonorable to make money off of prostitution, for a man to live off of a woman, essentially, right? The Camorristi, they did have a rule that you couldn't induct a guy if his female relatives were prostitutes, but they broke that rule all the time because almost all of them, some of them were pimping their own wives and sisters, right?
something I want to say.
In Calabria, they were heavily involved in extortion, gambling, prostitution, highway robbery, trafficking of stolen goods, essentially like a full-on, multifaceted crime syndicate.
And
right?
something I want to say with that in mind is, you mentioned the mafia being more of a middle class entity, but we know even the Sicilian nobility, like actual capital N nobles, were members. We have Dr. Melchior Allegra. He was a practicing doctor, inducted into the mafia in the 1910s. He flipped in the 1930s, provided incredible information on the Sicilian mafia during that period. He identified in addition to professionals like doctors, members of the upper class, lawyers, he identified actual members of the nobility as Cosa Nostra members. And it goes back to what I was saying about how the mafia, it's all avenues of life. Just because they inducted nobles doesn't mean, we know they inducted bandits and street criminals as well. But it was, an entire spectrum. It's what I was saying about all of the available resources. It wasn't nobles saying, we don't want anything to do with those bandits and those thieves. It was, no, this organization controls all avenues of life from the lowest levels to the top levels. And this, segues back to the DeCarlo tape, which we haven't forgotten, where I think this is an important part of it, where DeCarlo says the Camorristi and the mafia is the same. And Swats Mulligan says, sure. And then he says, but I'm telling you this. And then Ray says, they joined up and got together. Richie was a Camorrista, Vito was a Camorrista, etc. And Swats says, that's right. And it was the same ritual. Don't think it was any different. So, that's an interesting thing. You could take that very literally and be like, oh, it was the exact same thing. We know it wasn't. We know the Camorra and the mafia was not identical. They were not, the same exact organization. The point they're making is that these were very similar traditions. These were very formal, organized entities. And when they overlapped and eventually merged to some degree, it made sense. It was, they were able to harmonize, even though there was pushback about the mainlanders, which we'll get into. When he says that the mafia and the Camorra was the same, he doesn't mean that literally. He's saying that, they come from a very similar tradition. I think we should get back into like some of the individuals that they mention. We've laid a foundation for what the Camorra is, and you can see too, if you read this transcript without knowing much about the Camorra, it's easy to understand why people were like, what are they talking about? What's the combination? What are these other details? The mafia and the Camorra is the same. Knowing what we know about the Camorra, there's no real questions about most of the transcript. The only thing is the very end where they start talking about the boss and underboss and the game of bocce, which I'm sure was some sort of analogy. But almost the entire transcript makes total sense when you actually understand the Camorra, the degrees, the ranks, where it comes from. But I want to get into some of the people. We'll talk about the people and the organizations are inseparable from each other, but I want to get into some of the names they mention. And we'll be getting outside of New York when we go into this. We'll be talking about some different areas of the United States. But starting with the Genovese guys, Vito, I don't think needs any introduction. Vito Genovese, Neapolitan, you know, in Dave Critchley's book, and I believe this comes from an older book, there's a reference to him visiting Tony Peretti when he was on death row.
Yeah.
Was Peretti a confirmed Camarista himself? Do you guys know?
He was believed, at least he's a very strong suspect, if not confirmed, I would say. And I think we can just conclude that he was.
Yeah.
And sort of derived from, these what were once very robust, Camorra societies that were active in and around New York City. And I think probably the one that people who know about sort of American mob and organized crime history will know about the Navy Street, what people call the Navy Street Gang, right? That was a Camorra society. There were Camorristi in Brooklyn that had, these organized societies. We don't really know how many were in New York, right? Exactly, right? But there were multiple societies, as far as we can tell, containing both Campanian and Calabrian members, right? And so you have a cluster of Campanian guys based in the Navy Yard section in northern Brooklyn, right? And they're closely connected to a network of Camorristi also based in Coney Island, right? Pellegrino Morano.
Was it Coney Island? He's from Caserta.
Peretti?
Yeah. Now, what came out in that trial? Someone testified there were 11 districts in New York at that time in 1916. Now, they never touched up on it. They never asked him to specify more, but I got my suspicions. It makes me wonder if there were 11 different districts in New York that had this activity going on. It's possible.
Yeah, there could have been 11 different societies, like formally organized, like societies, the equivalent of families in the mafia, right? So that the basic unit. But keep in mind that if we're talking about the Camorra, we can also assume that they were organized, each one of these, into a major division and a minor division, right? Of full-on members and then sort of initiates and neophytes that were sort of sent out to do crimes and to commit violence, right? The Picciotti. But yeah, so we have some indication that there's, people know about the Navy Street Gang, right? But that is one of the more visible manifestations of what was a more widespread phenomenon. They were not the only Camorristi in New York, let alone the U.S.
Yeah, and with Vito in particular, he's confirmed here by someone who would know as a Camarista. We have the link to Tony Peretti. Vito Genovese needs no introduction, but he's a guy who became underboss in 1931. He became the boss later. He's one of the most well-known names. The entire family, it's taken on his name as far as the public is concerned. So, I mean, he doesn't really need much explanation. The Greenwich Village crew, those were his guys. Yep. The guy who took over that crew when Vito became the underboss was Tony Bender Strollo, who I believe was Calabrian. And Valachi said that Tony Bender had only just been inducted as a Cosa Nostra member. And we can see that crew, another guy from that crew who was important was Alessandro Pandolfo, who Valachi refers to as Sandino. He was consigliere or acting consigliere for a time before he died. He was Neapolitan, and he actually spent time in Pittsburgh. He came to the U.S. as an adult, spent time in Pittsburgh, which Vito Genovese was very closely tied to the Pittsburgh family, particularly Frank Amato, who was the longtime underboss there. And Critchley even says Frank Amato was one of the people who visited Peretti as well in prison. Yeah. I haven't seen the original documentation of this, but this is a network of people. And we know, too, that there was a conflict between Calabrians and Neapolitans in Pittsburgh. And we'll talk about Pittsburgh, but just to briefly touch on some of Vito's connections, the Volpe brothers were killed by the Calabrian Pittsburgh boss, John Bazzano. And the Volpes were Neapolitan and close to Vito Genovese. So there was this tension where Vito, who was close to these Neapolitan Volpe brothers who were murdered, was at odds with Albert Anastasia, a Calabrian underboss in the Gambino family, who in turn was close to his fellow Calabrian Bazzano. So there's a lot of relationships there. It's interesting that Alessandro Pandolfo came from Naples as an adult. I believe it's a naturalization document that places him in Pittsburgh in the 1920s. So some of these guys who were around Vito very likely were Camorristi or, Picciotti, maybe part of the minor society. We can only infer so much about who was formally involved with that. But here we have, the most important Neapolitan in the history of the American mafia, next to Al Capone, maybe, uh, and he's identified as a Camarista. It moves on to Richie Boiardo.
If I could say something real quick, and this goes into Boiardo and it goes into Capone, it goes more directly into Boiardo. But this goes, so one of the things we do a lot, people who know us or are aware of us, like on the Black Hand Forum, maybe some people are less interested in this, they might find some of this stuff tedious. But if you're watching this show, you probably like our brand and what we do, right? So you probably dig it for the most part. One of the things we do with Sicilians, right? And going back to the sort of beginning of the episode, Eric, you brought up the importance of compaesani networks as forming the foundation for the early mafia in the US, right? We mean compaesani, people that come from the same paese, from the same town or from neighboring towns in the same province, right? So if we go to Sicily, we're interested to know, even if we don't know 100% whether somebody's family has a lineage in the mafia, if we see them popping up in the US and we see a lot of guys from the same town or from neighboring towns, right? We know that these things weren't incidental. Outside of the mafia, with immigration to the US and formation of Italian American communities, a major dynamic of this was campanalismo, right? People that from the same town or from neighboring towns would form solidarities with each other, mutual aid societies. They strongly identified with people from their same paese. And this was a sort of, from that layer, that first generation, they start building up these ties and networks to become an Italian American identity, right? Soon after. But this is the building block of it. They're arriving on ships together. They're being sent by cousins. They're arriving to people. They come to this city or that city because they already know somebody there. This is based on their hometown. And this is super important in the early history of the mafia because we know what we later called the Bonanno family is basically the Castellamarese family, right? It's as you noted, parts of Trapani and adjacent parts of Palermo province in the west of Palermo by the Trapani border form the backbone, the nucleus of membership of this family. And then up until today, you still see the ways. I mean, Vinny Asaro just died recently. His family is Castellamarese, right? This is something that's important. You brought up the Gambinos as having a very strong basis in the city of Palermo and adjacent parts of Palermo province. We can refer to the early Gambino family, right, as the Palermitano family, and people did. And to this day, they still maintain strong links back to Palermo, other parts of Sicily also, but especially to Palermo and to adjacent suburbs and nearby towns. What we knew as the Morello family, right? It was primarily, right? It was called the Corleonesi family. And it included men from Corleone, from some adjacent areas in Palermo province, also a slightly different part of Palermo province. A lot of them wind up going into the Lucchese family. Some of them, and from other parts of Eastern Palermo, were also in the Genovese family. Not all of their members by any means are mainlanders. They also had Sicilians in the Genovese family. Interesting, as a side note, in the 1960s, there was a confidential informant that told the FBI that the Genovese were called the Neapolitan family in New York.
Yeah, he broke it down. That informant said
Yeah.
the Gambinos were called the Palermitano.
Yep.
The Bonanos were called the Castellamarese. The Colombo family was the Villa Battesi. They were from Villa, Joe Profati was from Villa Bate. And then the interesting one is he refers to the Luccheses as the Siciliano family and the Genovese as the Napolitano family, which is interesting because, again, read Angelo's May 2014 Informer article. The Genovese and Lucchese families were originally one when Giuseppe Morello was around. And it indicates that, perhaps, the more diverse side of the family. We know the Luccheses did induct mainlanders, but it seems like most of the Corleonesi, for example, ended up at the Luccheses. And it's interesting, they weren't referred to as the Corleonesi. They were referred to as the Siciliano, while the Genovese were referred to as the Napolitano. I'm inferring a little bit in that. It's not stated explicitly, but it is telling that that's how somebody referred to me.
I read it the same way. This original, Corleonesi family splits, and by the early 1920s, we're already talking about under Giuseppe Masseria, right, who's a Sicilian boss, family from Agrigento and Trapani, but he starts bringing in large numbers of mainlanders, and mainlanders that we either know for a fact or can reasonably surmise were affiliated with the Camorra. Like you said, Eric, these are guys who are somebody already. They're not just random criminals or something. These are people that are already important nodes within networks that are interacting with the mafia before they're brought into the mafia.
That in mind, too. With that in mind, like going through this list of names, the guys who are mentioned by DeCarlo as, Camorristi who joined Cosa Nostra, they weren't all made at the same time. He says Vito Genovese told him, so he got this from Vito in 1923. As Dave Critchley says, and he's right about this, Boiardo wasn't made into Cosa Nostra until 1943 or 44. And he was already in his 50s at that point. He was a veteran, and he was somebody who would be considered, a lowercase b boss up to
Right.
that point. Like, he wasn't a nobody.
Right.
To call Richie Boiardo an associate is true in the formal sense, but he was already somebody. And, it was well known that he was a major bootlegger, an underworld leader in the first ward of Newark. But here we have DeCarlo, who I should mention started as an associate of Boiardo. And I'll give a quick summary of that because I think it is important that we give a foundation for these names. Boiardo is from Avellino, correct, Tony?
This, just to finish the point about Vito Genovese, and I have to apologize because I went off into something of a tangent. I don't want to provide too much info, but I also don't want to throw something out there if the context is not obvious to people because they don't know what we've been talking about amongst ourselves. Vito Genovese technically was not Neapolitan, not in the strict sense. He wasn't. His family was not from Napoli, the city, right? People often will conflate Neapolitan as an identity with the entire region of Campania. He was from one of the provinces. So he was from an area around Visigliano and Rocca. And this is an area that was, at the time, part of the original Caserta province. It was called also Terra di Lavoro.
Frank
And this
Amato is
was-
from Rocco Renola.
What's that?
Frank Amato is from Rocco.
Amato was, this is important. Yes, exactly. So yeah, I believe that from his birth records, Vito Genovese was born in Visigliano, which is right next to Rocca. It's the same place. Later on, when he returns to Italy, he's a sponsor of the fascist party of Rocca, which is funny because the fascists had just previously smashed the Camorra in this area of Campania. But so technically he was Casertan also. So you brought up Peretti being from, this is the original Caserta province, which back until the 1920s was much larger than the modern Caserta province. And, we look at these mainlanders, we argue that they warrant the same sort of scrutiny and analysis that the Sicilians do, right? We want to know when people in the U.S. pop up and they share hometown origins, because we think that might be an important clue as to how these people were connected and got affiliated into the mafia network. We also want to know, are they coming from a place that has a history of these organizations? Because then members of those organizations will come as part of the larger immigration, and they'll be part of those paesani dynamics in their neighborhoods, right? So just like mafiosi are part of their paesani dynamics, Camorristi were also part of the dynamics. They're coming into these neighborhoods in the US, and they're big, important people whose influence extends to their compaesani. So Vito Genovese is from Terra di Lavoro, from the old Caserta province. You just mentioned Frank Amato. We already talked about Tony Peretti. Ruggiero Boiardo, his family is actually from Marigliano, which was also part of the same province and was in the same district as Rocca. So Richie Boiardo, Vito Genovese are immediate paesani, not from the exact same town, but from a cluster of towns surrounding a town called Nola, which is very, very important. A lot of the guys that we would talk about as part of this network in New York and in Chicago and some other places go back to that exact same section of Campania.
Well, one thing.
One more thing, sorry. And that was an absolute Camorra hotbed up until the late 1920s. It was one of the principal areas of intense Camorra activity. Dozens of Camorra societies recorded there by the fascist regime in the late 1920s. Highway robbery, trafficking in stolen goods, extortion, loan sharking, and corruption of local political officials. So the fascists in 1927 actually launched an offensive against the Camorra in this district. For that reason, it was considered a threat to their control of Italy.
in the 19th century, people that were from, the city of Nobili, those were Nobledan. They were different from everyone else. They called people that were like inland the provincials. Now, fast forward 100 years, into America, that's changed. A lot of the guys that were, in the 80s, 60s and 80s that were quote unquote Nobledan, be it in the Genovese, be it in the Gambinos, a lot of them were actually from Salerno.
Yeah,
A lot
from
of them,
Salerno or the old Caserta province, and some from Avellino as
Avellino
well.
or
Yes,
these other
yep,
places. Now
yep.
those guys 100 years later, they're gonna say they're Navladan. You never
Yeah.
hear anybody say, when have you ever heard, oh, he's Salernitana? You hear it very rarely.
You
Most
do, yeah, but usually if you ask them specifically,
yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah,
majority of the time, people from this whole Campania area, they're gonna identify as Nabladan. Today, 100 years later, watered down. Very few people that we talk about actually came from the city of Naples itself. You know,
right. But
very
that's important to know that again that the Camorra as an organized honored society was not at all limited to the city of Naples. It was just best recorded because Naples was a major city and there was a lot of attention, law enforcement scrutiny, and so forth. Right, but the areas of the old Caserta province, areas of Avellino, and areas of Salerno, all of which are networks of hometowns for guys who wind up becoming affiliates of the American Cosa Nostra, were identified in the 1910s and 20s as the principal areas of intense Gomorrah society activity. So it's unsurprising that we're going to see people who with ancestry from some of these places popping up over and over again as important guys in the American mafia
Yeah,
network.
you know, we have less evidence of like the sort of clan relationships
Mhm.
where when we look into, when we find a new name, we love that. We love when a new name surfaces that we can look into. But when we find like a new Sicilian guy, we'll find out, oh, he was from Vita. Oh, it turns out he was related to this member. He was, it's not simply the hometown, it's also the relations. We have less of that. We have less of like the blood relation to other members. We know that was part of it, but, maybe less so than the Sicilian mafia. But the regional history, the relationship to the Camorra, like you're saying, and the networks of these guys who were former Camorristi or are believed to have been Camorristi, suspected Camorristi, the fact that these networks can be mapped out much like the Sicilians is an important point. And
Yeah.
with Boiardo in particular, it goes back to his roots in the First Ward in Newark, where in the 1920s he was closely involved. He was working under a group of brothers from Loro in Avellino, the Mazzocchis,
Yeah.
and they were major bootleggers. You know, from a region that can be linked to the Camorra. And some of these other guys, like Ray DeCarlo, a lot of the guys who were later made into Boiardo's crew were active in these circles. So some of these guys who were later made into the Genovese probably were Picciotti. They probably were Giovanotto Denore. And but Boiardo, we have him confirmed as a Camarista. We've never had the Mazzocchi brothers confirmed, but they seem to have even been maybe a step higher based on coverage of them in the 1920s and early 30s. They seem to have been a step higher than Boiardo. I think we can at least infer that they were possibly the leaders of a Camorra society or branch in Newark at the time. Boiardo actually goes to war with the Mazzocchi brothers. He's believed to have been responsible for several murders linked to this. Some guys who later surface in the Genovese family, like the Russo brothers. I think Pussy Russo was too young, but his older brothers, John and Ralph, were part of this group. John Russo was actually convicted of a murder during this conflict and obviously was later released and inducted into the Genovese. The older brother, Ralph Russo, was heavily involved. And some of these other guys who were inducted later were part of this. So I think we can safely presume that this was a Camorra society. We don't have details. We don't have an insider who could tell us exactly what was going on in Newark. But Richie Boiardo, you mapped out where he was from in Campania. He spends some time living in Chicago. He comes to Newark. We know that he was linked to Al Capone. Some of these disputes that Boiardo was having, Al Capone reportedly tried to mediate. There was a dispute between Boiardo and Longy Zwillman, who was closely involved with mafiosi. He was involved with Sicilian mafiosi as well as some of these guys. Capone allegedly, I don't know, some of these are newspaper reports, but Capone allegedly sent an emissary to help mediate that.
Mhm.
Later, Capone, Boiardo suspected of killing Tommy Totto, who was referred to as a Capone cousin. I don't believe he actually was,
A lot of
but he,
guys were called that. They
yeah,
weren't.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's murdered. He's definitely linked to Capone. He's linked to Boiardi. He's murdered allegedly by Boiardo. Um, so Boiardo went to war with the Mazzocchi brothers, leading up to this. So that, I don't think it's too out there to believe that was an internal Camorra conflict. But Boiardo is also in conflict with the Sicilians. We know
Mhm.
from Valachi that during the Castellammarese War that Maranzano sent him to Newark to help, quote unquote, Don Steve, who's Badami, the boss of the Newark family, in a war with Richie Boiardo. I have Richie Boiardo's FBI file, which has a lot of just phenomenal information. Not all the questions we want are answered, but there's a lot of general stuff that we can link to these things. And Boiardo, Willie Moretti, who by that time was already a member of Cosa Nostra, he tried to, settle these problems and mediate them. And he's referred to on this tape as a camarista.
Yeah.
Boiardo turns him down. So even though the Genovese family was inducting many of these guys, like Vito Genovese was already a member, Willie Moretti was already a member, Boiardo was resistant. He
Yeah.
didn't, whether it was rooted in ethnicity or not, Boiardo refused to get along with the Sicilian mafiosi. He had problems with
He
the
was like
Newark
a
family.
holdout, sort of. Right.
Yeah,
He
he was a
held out
holdout.
until the 1940s, a long time, much longer
Yeah,
than
right.
his
He,
contemporaries. Right.
he goes to prison in the 1930s. While he's in prison, many of his associates, these guys who were likely part of the minor society, are actually recruited as Genovese associates by Willie Moretti. Boiardo gets out of prison, I believe, by the late 1930s, and I know he was arrested for bootlegging with some Newark figures. So he seems to have made some peace with the Sicilians. The books are closed during that time. Then the books reopen in around 1943, 44. I believe it was an informant said that Boiardo, Jerry Katina, and Nick Delmore of the DeCavalcantes were inducted together in a ceremony. I believe it was December 1943. So I point that out not just because I want to go into Boiardo's background, but also because not all these guys were inducted at the same time. Even though these guys are all confirmed on the DeCarlo tape to have been Camorristi, they didn't just say, "Oh, we're bringing in the Camorristi now," and the Camorristi said, "Okay." You have guys who, Vito was an underboss for over a decade by the time Boiardo was made. Um, they weren't all of one mind, and that's
Yeah.
something we say with the Sicilians, with factionalism, with these conflicts. It's easy to look at paesani or guys from the same background, even relatives, and say, "Oh, they all must have been of the same mind." That's not the case. Boiardo wasn't made until significantly later. He then became a capodicina. Many of the guys in his crew had roots with him in the 1920s when he was a Camorrista. It's one of the few examples we have of what was essentially a Camorra group that became a Decina in a New York mafia family.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's important. What's another thing too? We kind of danced around this, right? But two of the other guys who are mentioned on the DeCarlo tape, who were former Camorristi, who were inducted into Cosa Nostra, are alleged to represent Boiardo when he has conflicts with with other organizations or other networks, even though he's not made into Cosa Nostra at this time point, right? So let's assume, for the sake of argument, those reports are correct, and at one point Al Capone, at another point Willie Moretti step in to sort of represent Boiardo and attempt to smooth over some of these conflicts he has with other local networks and organizations. He's not made into Cosa Nostra yet, but they're looking at him as somebody who they're sort of representing, they're stepping in to mediate for, using their position as powerful members of Cosa Nostra, even though he's not made yet. So they're not representing him as a fellow member of the Cosa Nostra fraternity, right? But this, once you understand that these were all members of the Camorra, there are lingering, I'm sure, affiliations, lingering senses of solidarity and identification that happen and that persist. So even though this guy is not actually a member of LCN, quote unquote, until later, you have guys who were made into that, who are attempting to help him, at least ostensibly, by these reports that we get from newspapers. That tells us something also, I think.
Two other guys that are kind of interesting in all this are going to be Rocco Pellegrino of Westchester and Albert Anastasia of Brooklyn.
Mhm.
Albert Anastasia, he got his start under Angelo Giordano, who in 1903 was made the case for one of the first quote-unquote Black Hand cases in New York City. It can be alleged that Giordano from Gallico and Reggio Calabria was most likely an early member. So Anastasia's affiliation might have went that way. When it comes to Rocco Pellegrino up in Westchester, he was from Scilla or Catona, one of those towns are right next to each other. He occupied the Da Giornata position within that Camorra up there. It was called Camorra Società del Lucre, the Camorra Society of Riches. In the 1910s, they had a big case. At some point, this guy who was, the third or fourth ranking member of that society ends up becoming a captain in the Genoveses. Now, we fast forward to the 1960s where we're starting to get lists of members. They're not comprehensive, but, we know a lot more than we did, back in the 50s or the 40s or the 30s. Looking at that list of quote unquote Pellegrinos de Cina in the 1960s, comparing it to the list of the Camorra in Westchester in the 1910s, he's the only name that comes up. I can't find any correlation of anybody else, the Mogaveros, nothing like that. But, a lot can change in, 40, 50 years.
It's a long time period elapsed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think.
Sorry, go ahead, Eric. I don't mean to cut you off.
I think good timing on bringing up Pellegrino, because I was actually going to prompt you with that, because after mentioning Richie Boiardo, DeCarlo says most of those guys upstate and in Reno got sneaked in. People in New York City, Tony, you can maybe speak to this, but when he says upstate, I think he's actually referring to the Westchester group that Angelo just referenced.
Yeah.
I believe that's what he's referring to, and that was Pellegrino. Angelo just laid out that Pellegrino was explicitly identified not just as a Camorrista, but holding a specific rank in this Westchester Camorra society. We know that he was a Genovese captain for decades. He was referred to as the Old Man. Mm-hmm. He headed, this Westchester faction. Angelo mentioned the name Mogavero. Rosario Mogavero was a Genovese member, later a captain. Interestingly, he was from Eastern Sicily. His family was from Eastern Sicily, but they intermarried with the Pellegrinos. And he may have taken over Pellegrino's crew. There's sort of some questions over the exact succession. But it is interesting, like Angelo said, that the names in this Westchester case don't later surface in Pellegrino's crew that we know of. However, DeCarlo says most of those guys upstate. So it does imply maybe there was more than Pellegrino. We just don't know. We don't have that information. Interestingly, Pellegrino, he was part of this much wider network. For example, the Ianis of the Dallas family, they were Calabrese. There's informants who refer to them as cousins of Pellegrino. And two of Pellegrino's sons were made members of the Genovese family. And they would go to Dallas, and they were partners in a gambling operation there with the Ianis. So he's connected to these Calabrese in Dallas, of all places. We don't need to go too deep into Dallas, but the Ianis had lived in New Orleans. They moved to Dallas. They were very important members of this very small, primarily Sicilian family. But this Calabrian network does go there. And they had a relationship of some kind to Pellegrino, whether they were actually cousins, in a true sense, or whether it was just these close relationships through involvement with the Camorra. Similar background is hard to say. Houston had some figures we believe were likely Camorristi, but still Pellegrino's in there. And then Pellegrino too was identified by an informant as having close ties to Calabrese members in Pittsburgh and Cleveland.
James Tripodi.
Yeah, he was. Wow. Yeah, there's a report that says there was a network that included Tripodi, Stefano Zoccoli, who was a Pittsburgh member that later transferred to San Jose and became head of their consiglio. the Milanos of Cleveland, all Calabrese. And
Yeah.
so Pellegrino's in with them. He's in Westchester. These other guys are in the Midwest. They're in the Ohio, Pittsburgh area. But still, Pellegrino, it wasn't just that he was identified as a Camarista in Westchester. It's that he remained connected to Calabrese in Texas and Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So this is a very important guy. This is not just a random criminal. This is a guy who is someone of stature within this network.
Yeah, he's a node within this network, and then whether I get to it or not, if it comes up now or later, I mean, the White Plains Camorra society phenomenon also connects to Calabrese in Chicago. So that's
We'll get into Chicago a little bit here.
Well, that's another one of these major nodes, the major, large Italian population and a lot of people from some of these specific areas that had heavy Camorra activity, right? Dallas seems like Chicago's obvious, right? People are like Dallas, where's Dallas come in? But it has to do with, this sort of immigrant diaspora. And as you know, there was, small colonies of Calabrese that wound up in parts of Texas. So even though we have the Dallas family, this very sort of traditional, kind of old school, small, declining mafia family in the 20th century, mostly Sicilian. All its bosses are Sicilian, right? We do have the Yannis, and then the Yannis directly tie into what seems to be a vestige or a legacy of what was once a larger mainland Camorra network in different cities of the U.S.
And it's not just communication.
Right.
It's also that Pellegrino's sons were going to Texas and they were partners in Texas gambling operations, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, just going through some of these names, Willie Moore, Willie Moretti. I've never been able to confirm his hometown. I've never seen records of it. We do have a couple. We do have a couple references. One is that he was called to testify in a Senate hearing, and he was asked how he knew Frank Milano, one of the most important Calabrians in the country, at one time the boss of Cleveland. And they asked him how he knew Frank Milano, and Moretti says, we came from the same part of Italy, so we're friends. That suggests to me that Moretti's identifying himself as Calabrian. We also have Joe Bonanno explicitly identifying Moretti as a Calabrian. In his book, Joe Bonanno talks about the relationship between Moretti and Albert Anastasia and how they were funny to watch because they were both Calabrians and they would butt heads, but they also had this sort of like boyish camaraderie at times. So those two references indicate to me that Moretti was likely a Calabrian. I mentioned that he acted as something of a middleman with Boiardo, who resisted Cosa Nostra. Moretti was in with Cosa Nostra, before he was the Willie Moretti we knew in New Jersey. He spent time in Buffalo. He spent time in New York, and then he was in Niagara Falls, Buffalo, where Joe Bonanno says Willie Moretti was sent to greet him in Florida when he snuck into the country. Bonanno's cousin Stefano Magadino sent Moretti down there with some girls, some prostitutes, and that's pretty telling to me that Magadino, a Sicilian traditionalist from a clan that goes way back in Castellammare del Golfo, sent Willie Moretti to greet his own cousin when he arrived in the country. There's a reference on the Magadino FBI tapes where he actually says that his brother, Stefano's brother, taught Moretti how to speak Italian. So this seems to be a guy who was welcomed in with the Sicilians in Buffalo. For all we know, he was originally made into Cosa Nostra in Buffalo and transferred. I don't know. But then he goes to New Jersey. He becomes a very important member of the Masseria family, possibly their first captain in Jersey. But he seems to have been something of a middleman. He had a very close relationship to Frank Costello, a fellow Calabrian. He had apparently a hot and cold relationship to Albert Anastasia. And Frank Costello was very close to Albert Anastasia. When they were both in power, they represented something of a faction on the commission. So we have this Calabrian element between Costello, Moretti, and Anastasia that was, influencing New York and arguably the country for a period. So Moretti, there's a lot of questions there as far as like when he officially became a member, what exactly transpired, but sounds like he was probably Calabrian, and here he's listed with a bunch of other Genovese guys as a Camarista.
Well, let's kind of also, let's remind everybody of the fact that, again, we're talking about, if you haven't caught on, the Calabrian sort of network within the American Camorra and within American Cosa Nostra that derives from some of those connections. So shifting again from the Campanians to the Calabrians, this is another important, really important network. And Angelo, you brought up that Rocco Pellegrino was from Gallico, right? Which is a suburb. That's
or Katona,
or Sheila, one of these towns right there. Yeah, these are like in the immediate periphery of the city of Reggio Calabria, which is all the way at the tip of the toe of mainland Italy, facing over to Messina and Sicily. There was an interesting group of people because you mentioned Giordano, Albert Anastasia's, reputed boss initially before he becomes
Biagio Giordano.
Yeah, Biagio Giordano was also from Gallico.
There was an Angelo and a Biagio. I think they were related. Maybe I'm mistaken.
You're right.
Biagio Giordano, as far as I know, but he's also from Gallico. This is an important. I mean, it's a suburb sort of Reggio Calabria.
There was an Angelo Giordano who was connected to Peretti, I believe, Tony Peretti. I believe that there was an Angelo Giordano connected to him. But Biagio Giordano was the Calabrese Brooklyn guy who.
Okay, that's what I meant. Biagio.
Yeah, we know what you meant. And then Biagio Giordano, when he was killed, Albert Anastasia was in the car and was wounded. And that whole Brooklyn Calabrian group, which I feel like we should, I don't know, clarify, could be evidence that a Calabrian Camorra group entered the Gambino family. We've been talking about the Genovese, but a lot of these guys were from Katona, Gallico, Reggio proper. There was Johnny Giustra, who was from either Gallico or Katona too. There was another member, Vincenzo Crisali, who became a Gambino member. Yeah. He was from one of those two towns. So these guys, even though Anastasia was from Tropea, the guys that he was around were largely from Reggio, and specifically just this set of a couple towns. You also have Carmelo Leconti, who he and Biagio Giordano in 1920 lived not just in the same apartment building, but they lived in adjoining rooms, like right next door to each other. Leconti, though, was also the suspect in Giordano's murder, which is, so they were close, but it's Giordano or it's Leconti who may have killed him.
Yeah, there was a series of murders in 1922 and 1923 in Brooklyn that involved Calabrians and some Palermitani, Sicilians, that the local police and newspapers chalked up as a bootlegging feud. Well, we can assume, that might have been part of it, control of bootlegging territory and so forth, but there seems to have been elements tied to both the Camorra and the Mafia that were involved in this. But it's also possible, we don't know by 1922 or 1923, to what degree the group, assuming for the sake of argument that the Giordano group was a Calabrian Camorra organization, to what degree it had already become affiliated with the Palermitano Gambino Mafia family. If it was still distinct, or if they were just allied with each other, or had connections, or if it was already in the process of being basically absorbed into it. Because this is happening, the backdrop to this, anything in the 1920s, is that you have this process where, for the most part, with a couple of exceptional kind of quasi-holdouts in places like New York, Chicago, Pittsburgh, we know for a fact that the mainland Camorra groups were absorbed into the Mafia. We discussed Boiardo as something of a holdout, right? But he was
this conflict is going on too. Coverage we don't have any insider accounts that I'm aware of this Calabrian Palermitan conflict in Brooklyn. However, there's some possible crossover, because this is while D'Aquila, at that time the Gambino boss of bosses, he's at war with the Morello Lupo faction, who just got out of prison. And one of the members of this Calabrian group in Brooklyn actually was the suspect in the murder of Diamond Joe Vicerti, a Neapolitan who was involved with the Morellos. And he may have well been a Camarista himself. And the guy who, I know you'll have some stuff to add here, Tony, but the guy who allegedly killed Diamond Joe Vicerti was Annibale
Stilo. Annibale Stilo.
Yeah, he was from Gallico. Yep. And and then he fled to Boston, where he was murdered.
I can talk about that at length if people are interested in it, because that's actually a key part of the saga of Johnny Roselli, future Los Angeles and Chicago LCN member. So I can talk about that because it kind of ties in a few different things. So, his name wasn't Johnny Roselli. His name was Filippo Sacco. But as with a number of people that we see who were from Italy originally, some of them were involved in criminal activities and used aliases or fake identities to conceal their true identity and citizenship status from the federal government in the U.S. And Filippo Sacco was one of these. He adopts the name Johnny Roselli. He winds up in Los Angeles. We know that he's made in, I believe, the 1930s. I forget the exact year. Right into the Los Angeles outfit of Cosa Nostra. Later transfers to the Chicago outfit of Cosa Nostra, which he has a long-standing, reputed tie to. And this goes in the story. He does, and is sort of a remote Chicago member meddling in the politics of Los Angeles. Very famous mafioso. Anybody listening to this show will know who Johnny Roselli is. So Johnny Roselli is actually, he's born in a town called Esperia, which was in the old Caserta Terra di Lavoro province. So he was a paisan also of some of the people that we've already talked about from the same province as Vito Genovese, as Richie Boiardo, and some other people that are important. He comes to the U.S. His family settles in Boston, and he apparently gets involved in criminal activities in Boston. This guy Annibale Stilo goes to Boston and is murdered in December of 1922. According to investigators in Massachusetts, and they're sharing information with the feds and with people in Chicago, they believe that, well, actually later on in 1934, a guy admits to the murder, and his name is Tancredi Tortora, and he's from Acerra, which is a town also, it's right by Marigliano and some of these other towns that, where Boiardo is from, also in the old Caserta province, and it's a very important town in Chicago. A lot of, Chicagoans trace their ancestry back there. And a number of affiliates of the mafia in Chicago trace their ancestry to Acerra. It's an important place. This guy is believed by investigators to have been sent in 1922 by the quote-unquote Black Hand Society, which was used very loosely back in the 1900s, 1910s, and 1920s. But we also have accounts even from insiders that it was used specifically to refer to the American Camorra. Sometimes even they themselves referred to it as the Black Hand Society or Mano Nera. So it's difficult because the way the newspapers and the police can use it very loosely, but Black Hand was used the same way that Honored Society or Society of the Malavita was used by insiders in some cases that we know about. But this guy Tortora is believed by investigators. He admits later to shooting and killing Annibale Stilo in 1922 in Boston, is convicted of it. In the early 1960s, another companion member actually of the LA outfit of Cosa Nostra, Sal Piscopo, he becomes an FBI confidential informant. And he has a long-standing close relationship with Johnny Roselli. And he tells the feds, who are very interested to try to find out what Johnny Roselli's actual identity is, that Johnny Roselli had once confided in him that this guy Tortora, an old friend of his, was one of only 5 people left in the world who could identify his true identity. And according to Piscopo, Roselli had over the years confided a number of stories about his origins and background, and that him and Tortora were like a duo, that they had fled from Boston in 1922 to Chicago. And Tortora had been living in Chicago already, where a lot of his paisani were. He was actually living in exactly the same neighborhood that Richie Boiardo lived in before he moved to Newark, because a lot of people from that part of Campania lived. This is the Taylor Street, major Italian community historically in Chicago, and a major node of the mafia and Camorra. And had killed a guy there, and then apparently was sent, according to what investigators believed, to Boston to eliminate Stilo, who we know had killed a prominent presumed Camorrist from Campania, Vicerti, who was actually from Salerno province, Diamond Joe Vicerti, right? And whether it's from the other killings that were happening in Brooklyn around the same time, there was a Palermitano bootlegger named, I think, Vincenzo Bussardo that was killed also in 1922, that Stilo and Giordano and these people, I think there's some relation. It's unclear sometimes who was on what side of some of this violence. Stilo goes to Boston, gets killed. The story is apparently Tortora and Roselli eliminate Stilo then they have to flee Boston because of the heat. They go to Chicago, they go to Buffalo first, then they go to Chicago for some time, and then from Chicago, they're given assistance by somebody who I believe is another companion that was a bootlegger in the Melrose Park area to go to Los Angeles in the 1920s. They're given train tickets. They go to Los Angeles, and according to Piscopo, what Piscopo told the FBI, they worked for this guy, Tony D'Acunto, who was from Sorrento, and just south of Napoli proper. And according to the newspapers, this guy D'Acunto in Los Angeles, he had lived in Chicago initially, then moved to California. He was a major bootlegger, but also claimed that he was a baron from a titled nobility family in Sorrento. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but that's what he told people. And he was the initial boss of Johnny Roselli, actually Filippo Sacco, and his partner in crime, Tancredi Tortora. Now, Piscopo also tells the FBI that according to Roselli, and I mentioned that Tortora admits to shooting and killing Stilo later in 1934, and he's convicted and imprisoned for this. Piscopo says that he was told to turn himself in by Vito Genovese in 1934. So again, these sort of network, now this is a national network, it sort of supersedes American Cosa Nostra family affiliations, right? We have connections to the Genovese family, to the Los Angeles family, to the Chicago family, and to Boston.
There's indications too, like I mentioned, the Pittsburgh connection with Genovese and the Volpe Bazzano affair, how this ethnic component was there. Not that ethnicity was the reason for the conflict. It's not the reason why Bazzano killed the Volpes necessarily, but because he did kill them, it became this national issue between Calabrese and Neapolitan representatives. And that, and then what you just said about Genovese telling him to turn himself in, indicates Vito Genovese was probably the highest level representative within the national Neapolitan network or the national Companion network.
Yeah, and that would make sense. I mean, then going back to the unknown CI in the 1960s, who at that time still considered the Genovese family to be the quote unquote Neapolitan family, right? Interesting to piece these things together. We don't really know. We don't know that this guy Tony D'Acunto in Los Angeles. We never see him mentioned as a member of the Los Angeles, Cosa Nostra family. I think a very strong chance that he was part of the Camorra network and gave refuge. So these were guys who, if I had to bet money, talking about Roselli / Sacco, right, and his buddy Tortora, they were probably Picciotti. They were probably junior affiliates of the Camorra, were sent to Boston to eliminate Stilo, and then had to be given safe passage to Chicago, were sheltered there, but there was too much heat because Tortora he was actually wanted for a previous murder in Chicago on Taylor Street. They wound up sending them out to Los Angeles, where they found work and support and patronage by this guy D'Acunto, who styled himself to be a titled nobility, and who Roselli and Tortora referred to as their zio, as their uncle, even though he had no relation to them. So that it could be indicated that there was we can assume that this network was national. Whether there was an entire society in Los Angeles, we have no idea, Camorra Society, or if there were just individuals affiliated with that network nationally who were doing bootlegging and prostitution.
We can see
that was involved in bootlegging and prostitution. And
what this tells us is that, in addition to just being like fascinating information on Johnny Roselli that isn't that well known, he's a very well known figure, the JFK thing, all this,
right.
connecting LA member who transferred to Chicago, very influential. Jimmy Fratiano's book deals a lot with him. Aside from just shedding light on his background, his likely links, what created the Johnny Roselli we've all heard about, it also tells us that this Brooklyn Calabrian Palermitano conflict had implications or echoes all throughout the country, because we see just in this, what started all that, this angle is that I mentioned that Stilo, who was from that Brooklyn Calabrian group, killed Diamond Joe Vicerti, a Morello connected guy. I believe he was in East Harlem or somewhere.
He was in East Harlem, which kind of points back to whether or not that group of the Genovese family had connections to the Camorra. They almost certainly would have.
And this is going on while Morello and his faction are in conflict with D'Aquila. These Brooklyn Calabrians end up joining the D'Aquila family. Like Carmelo Leconte, he's never been confirmed as a Gambino member, but his son was later made into the Gambino family. all of the guys he was around end up Gambinos. Just in that, we can see that there was a Boston connection, a Chicago connection, a Los Angeles connection. This Brooklyn Calabrian group was also close to Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Um, One of the guys in this faction, this Brooklyn Calabrian faction, was Jack Parisi. He came to the United States as an adult from Bagnaro, Calabria in Reggio. He lives in Brooklyn, where he's convicted of some crimes. He's close to Anastasia. He's linked to Murder Inc. He later gets charged with some murders, and he flees New York. He goes to Philadelphia and then Hazleton. We talked about him, I think, briefly in the Philadelphia episode. But he goes there. He's living under an alias. He's eventually discovered. He tells authorities that he ended up in Hazleton because his friend Joe Perugino in the Philadelphia area, set him up. And Joe Perugino, there's a great LCN Bios write up on him. He was from Catanzaro. He was a leader in the Chester crew of the Philadelphia family, and the Chester crew was 100% Calabrese. They were mostly from Reggio, but he told authorities, he testified in his own deportation hearing that Perugino was his cousin. Well, I don't know. Again, we see this references to cousins that can't be substantiated, where Parisi, like I said, he's from Bagnaro in Reggio, and Perugino's from Catanzaro. So they're not next to each other, but he says that his cousin, this Philadelphia member, who's part of the huge Calabrese faction in Philadelphia, helped him flee to Hazleton, where he became a member of the Philadelphia family. Harry Riccobini was asked about, Parisi's membership, and he said if he was made, it was probably in Europe before coming here.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. Riccobini was a Sicilian. I don't know if he really knew any details about Parisi. He doesn't seem to have known him well. But if Parisi was made in quote unquote Europe, that would mean that he was originally a Camorrista. I know that he originally arrived to central New York as an adult, and that was an area with, there's definitely implications. There was Calabrian Camorra activity that later fed into the Utica crew of the Buffalo family. There were several important Calabrian members of that crew. Some of those outlying towns around central New York, Amsterdam. I think Parisi originally went to Amsterdam, but some of those towns like Rome. There was an important early Calabrian member in Utica, Nino Trumfia, born in the 1880s, confirmed member of the Buffalo family in Utica. He was linked to a guy, Giuseppe D'Agostino, in Rome, New York, who was Calabrian, looks to have been a leader of some kind. So just, we go off on these tangents, but it's hard not to, because just with these individuals and where they went and who they knew, we can see that there's a Calabrian network that wasn't just guys from their hometown, but it was guys from other provinces in Calabria. And we know that Albert Anastasia was close to Joe Ida and Joe Rugnetta, to a boss and a consigliere of the Philly family. And those guys, heads of the Calabrian faction.
Yeah.
So there's a network there. Another Brooklyn Calabrian under Anastasia was Jimmy Macri, Macri. He and his brother were Gambino members from this same group. Jimmy Macri's daughter married the son of Tony Repepi, Calabrian Pittsburgh captain, who I think Angela would probably agree had roots in the Camorra. We could go off for days really about some of these relationships in different places. It's just phenomenal.
One thing I wanted to touch on is a couple times we said, and this was just wording, but when we talk about how these groups, they merged, that's not 100% accurate in the literal sense, because there was no merger between Mafia and Camorra. We're going to get into that with Chicago. Chicago's coming up.
They were subsumed into the Mafia under it. They came into it. Yeah.
But when they were, absorbed, they absorbed key members, the leaders of these groups, because, they didn't bring in, the entire society, because again, Camorristi, there could have been 20 to 30 per cell. Picciotti, there could have been, to 100. When it comes to that lower rank, it could have been, 200 into the thousands. They're not going to bring all them in. They're just going to bring in the top guys, and then you bring in the top guys. you are expanding the network. It gives you access to this wider network. When Masseria brought in Al Capone, he didn't just bring in Al Capone. He brought in almost an entire network. Now, we don't have much evidence of how this thing worked out. We have a few examples of it in Pittsburgh, and then we got Al Capone. According to, Nick Gentile, Masseria brought Al Capone back to New York, who had been in Chicago for a number of years, made him a member, instantly promoted him to Capo di Cine, and says, go back to Chicago, you can bring in 10 members of your choosing. We don't know if that's what Masseria was doing all the time. Capone could have been a special case. We don't know how that happened with Rocco Pellegrino. It could have or it could not. We just do not have that information. I will say when it comes to Cleveland and Pittsburgh, and we'll get it to that after Chicago, they seem to have brought in just the top people. And then, okay, they're members of whatever rank within the Pittsburgh family, soldier, captain, whatever. But that doesn't mean that those top people that were brought in still didn't have this entire society under them, of Camorristi, Picciotti, Giovanni Denore.
One of the other names mentioned is Tato, and on the transcript, it's Tato. Our friend Joel, a guy we like, he knows a lot about New Jersey.
Oh,
He was wondering, yeah, he's great. He was wondering if Tato, based on the spelling, is a reference to Tommy Tato. I think his true name was Teta, but he was referred to as Tommy Tato,
I think
Tato.
Gaetano Teta or Domenico Teta, I forgot his exact name.
Yeah.
We narrowed it down to.
And the transcript spells it Tato.
Yeah.
And Tato was a guy, like I said, Boiardo was suspected in his murder. Tommy Tato was connected to Al Capone. We don't know that Tato was a Cosa Nostra member at any point before he was killed, but he seems to have been a figure of significance in this Camorra network, specifically from Campania. I don't think it's a reference to him. I think it's a reference to Tato Del Duca.
Yep.
Toddo. Other transcripts where Del Duca's referenced spell his name Tato also.
Yep.
He was from the same town as the Mazzoccis, Loro in Avellino, who Boiardo came up under. Del Duca was a Brooklyn-based Genovese captain. He was someone of great importance until he died. I believe it's a reference to him based on the other names referred to, because these are all guys.
That level of importance to be mentioning alongside Letty and Genovese and Capone.
Reference to Tommy Tato would be referring to a guy who was murdered 30 years earlier. And while these guys, at least DeCarlo would have known him, they're referring to guys who, I think Del Duca might have been dead by this point a few years earlier. But they're referring to guys who were relevant to the contemporary Genovese family. And Del Duca, he was connected to Al Capone. The whole Brooklyn faction of the Genovese family was closely tied to him. A lot of those guys had roots in these Navy Street groups. So I think it's a reference to Del Duca. It would make more sense. I just wanted to...
Generoso Todo Del Duca. People call him Toto or Tato.
Yeah. So I think they're referring to him
as Tato. Yeah.
And, we haven't gotten into Al Capone yet. I think it's a good time to bridge into that. There's the reference, Al Amici. Al, he got sneaked in. He was working there for 10 years. Al was a neighborhood Camorrista. We have these other references to Al Capone being involved with the Camorra. We have Augie Maniaci, a longtime Milwaukee member who cooperated. He specifically said, he confirms Gentile's account. He told the FBI that Capone was a Camorrista who was inducted by Masseria during his conflict with Joe Aiello. Yep. And he says he was offered the position of Capo di Cina. We also have Teddy DeRose, a well-connected Chicago associate who cooperated. He referred to Capone as a quote-unquote Camorra man. So that's three different accounts, three different sources. One, a recording of important members of the Genovese family. One, a Milwaukee member. And three, a well-connected Chicago associate who all say that Capone was a Camorrista.
Yeah, Tony? Even without the transcript, we would have already had an excellent basis to come to that conclusion, right? We have multiple accounts that aren't tied to each other that are saying the same thing about him. He's a figure of note in the Camorra who becomes initiated into Cosa Nostra, initially with the Genovese family, and then shortly thereafter, after the ending of the Castellamarese War, becomes the boss of the Chicago family. Now, let's go back a little bit because there's some other Chicago names that are very interesting for people. So in 1988, at the 25 years after Valachi's Senate hearings that the Department of Justice and FBI did like these exhibits for Congress, and they had a timeline of American Cosa Nostra history. Very interesting timeline that's basically a summary of info that DOJ and FBI have from all sorts of different sources over the years. And in this timeline, it's interesting because it says 1920, Chicago Camorra boss Jim Colosimo killed. And 1926, Johnny Torrio, Camorra leader of Chicago, abdicates basically. Al Capone takes over. 1928, Tony Lombardo, the boss, Antonio Lombardo, who's a Eastern Sicilian from Messina province, who had been the boss of the Chicago family, was murdered in 1928. And they say at this point, this is significant for LCN history because the Camorra and the mafia in Chicago they cease to be separate at that point. They were told this specifically. We know who some of their sources are because we've read the primary sources, so we know where the FBI was getting this from. They got that last part about Tony Lombardo in 1928 from Teddy DeRose, who Eric just brought up. Theodore DeRose, who was a longtime Chicago associate going back to the 1920s. He got caught up in heroin trafficking charges in the early 60s. I think we brought him up in some of the Chicago episodes because there was not a Chicago member CI at this point, 1964, 1965. And as a longtime associate, he was privy to certain historical and even organizational information. So he was the best source that we had for Chicago at that point, given the lack of insider sources that the FBI had. They were running around talking to guys at shoe shine stands and restaurants because they didn't have actual inside sources as confidential informants. So DeRose says that there was the mafia and there was the Camorra in Chicago, and that around 1928, the Camorra and the mafia in Chicago were merged together. That's how he explains it, right? And he says this happens under the tenure of Tony Lombardo. And he describes Tony Lombardo as also a Camorra man. And that's a lot to get into about that, but just for the sake of simplicity, we'll say there's some basis for that. People might say, well, he's Sicilian. I thought he was a member of the mafia. Well, he was a member of the mafia. He was Sicilian. He was the boss of Chicago until he was murdered in 1928. But he was from Eastern Sicily. And Messina, as I noted earlier, is right across. He wasn't from the city of Messina. He was from a different town. But the province of Messina is across a narrow strait facing the city of Reggio Calabria and the toe of mainland Italy. And there's long-standing, very close cultural and other ties between Messina and Reggio Calabria. And the Camorra was very much, Cosa Nostra is a phenomenon of Western Sicily and to some degree Central Sicily. But its locus historically, its epicenter, even to today, you'll see where the families are distributed. It's very much a Western profile. And in terms of the earliest mafia families, centers of activity, they're in Palermo and Agrigento province, and then secondarily also in Trapani, and then going into Caltanissetta. But once you get east, Messina, Catania, places like this, what was actually reported there up until the early 1900s was the Camorra. And you have accounts that, the Camorra that were considered equivalent to the Neapolitan Camorra in terms of the phenomenon were very much present in Messina and Catania, which is unsurprising because, again, their proximity to Calabria.
About this Messinese group, that's a whole other can of worms, but just to say, Luigi Quaranta, who was Philadelphia, who Scarfo rented a room from or a building, something like that. He actually got his start in Chester. The people that co-signed for him, those guys were Calabrese. I don't remember their names, but they're names that show up in the quote unquote Calabrian wing of Philadelphia. So there's, for example.
Yeah, Angelo and I talked about this for those curious. We talked about this a little bit in the Philadelphia episode where Philadelphia had a huge Messinese population, some of which filtered into the family. And many of the Messinese guys seem to have associated with the Calabrians.
Which makes sense culturally. The dialetti, the dialects, language, the local languages that are spoken between Messina and Reggio Calabria are close variants of the same dialetto. They speak very close cousins of the same language, essentially the same thing. So there's long-standing cultural connections, trade ties, migration, and so forth. And, up until today, the modern Ndrangheta is very much present in Messina and Catania, eastern Sicily. So this is a long-standing thing that actually goes back before the modern Ndrangheta. But leaving Tony Lombardo off the table, we go back farther. There's some very famous names that get involved here. I already brought up Colosimo, Johnny Torrio. Everybody knows about them. Everybody knows they had this sort of organization that was partnered with the Sicilian mafia in Chicago, but was separate from it. Capone comes up under it. Capone gets made into the mafia eventually, and that group is joined into the Chicago mafia, and there's no longer an organizational distinction. Guys that used to be in that Torrio Capone group are now under the, LCN, Cosa Nostra, right? Well, so the feds were saying in 1988, this was the Camorra. And there's a much longer history to it. So if we go back to 1914, there was, actually, let's go back to 1906, because this goes back to Brooklyn also, as well as Lower Manhattan. Again, you can't talk about any of these places without talking about other places, because they all connect to each other. There was, in 1906, Antonio Mussolino from Santo Stefano de Aspromonte, long-standing hotbed cradle sort of the Ndrangheta in Calabria. His older brother Giuseppe Mussolino, people still sing folk songs about him in Calabria. He's a folk hero. He was considered a head of a brigand, a bandit organization, and was sort of seen as a folk hero, as like a Robin Hood type figure. It's actually known from various sources that he was an inducted member of the Honored Society in Santo Stefano, and actually their father was credited as being the guy who founded it sometime around the 1880s. So founding what became the Ndrangheta in Santo Stefano, that specific society. So this is a guy from a direct, Camorra and Ndrangheta lineage. His brother is very, very famous, Ndranghetisti. And then he comes in 1906 because his brother, had gotten captured by the authorities and so forth. He's sent to America by his father, who may have still been the boss in Santo Stefano. I'm not sure at that point. He was the founding boss, though. He's sent, and then he arrives in New York in 1906. Within a couple of years, he's taken under the wing of some of his Mussolino and other relatives from Santo Stefano, who have a cluster of people in New York City, and a guy named Francesco Filasto, who in the newspapers and so forth, they often call him Frank Filastro, but his name was Francesco Filasto. And Filasto, I believe, was also from Gallico. I could be wrong about that. He's from Gallico, though, I think.
Possibly. I was thinking San Roberto, but I could be mistaken.
I know he's not from San Roberto, but and thank you to the audience for putting up with this, right? But it's an interesting story because it ties in a lot of things and it connects to some people that are very famous, and anybody, even not listening to the show, will know these names. He's inducted into what he calls in Italian. He was interviewed in the 1930s by authorities in the Italian government about the 1909 murder of NYPD detective Joe Petrosino, who was sent to investigate the quote unquote Black Hand and mafia. He went to Palermo and was murdered there in 1909. Later, like I said, in the early 1930s, Antonio Mussolino, from an extremely important, Ndrangheta Camorra family in Santo Stefano, was interviewed. He says it. So he goes in 1906 to New York. He starts working in a factory. At a certain point, he's taken under the wing by some of his cousins who are already in what he calls Mano Nera. He calls it Mano Nera, and they translate it into English as the Black Hand. So this is an example of an actual affiliate saying that the society was called Black Hand. In New York, he was initiated in Elizabeth Street in Little Italy in a ceremony attended by people like Frank Filasto. And then he says that in Brooklyn, they had a tavern that they used for meetings. So this is a Calabrian Camorra group, right, that's being initiated. And he specifically even gave the names of the doti, the ranks of the men who were present and so forth. He said that there was a meeting and that it revolved around something related to Joe Petrosino and his murder, which is why he was being interviewed about it, right? But we know that there was this Calabrian Camorra group in Lower Manhattan and in Brooklyn. Some of the leaders were from Santo Stefano. Other people could have been from Gallico and some other places in Calabria. He also said that there were Sicilians present too, but we don't know if these were Eastern Sicilians or Western Sicilians. So we don't know their background and why they were clearly members. They were Camorristi too. They were, full members of a Calabrian Camorra society. Now, Frank Filasto in 1914 is busted as a partner of Jim Colosimo. Giacomo Colosimo, they call him Diamond Jim. Extremely important person. He's the original sort of boss in Chicago of Johnny Torrio and Al Capone, right? This is the story of how people like Torrio and Capone, who were in New York, go to Chicago to work for him as muscle and as enforcers. You know, Colosimo was from the province of Cosenza in Calabria, so he was a Calabrian, but from a different province. He's based for a long time as a major labor leader and prostitution overlord, running a red light district, really notorious red light district called the Levee, on the near south side of Chicago. And in 1914, him and Frank Filasto, who was a leader in the Calabrian Camorra in New York City, were busted for having this huge white slavery ring, you know, human trafficking. They were taking girls, Italian, from New York and shipping them to Chicago to be forced into work as prostitutes. They were taking girls from like country areas, I don't know, Arkansas or someplace, shipping them up. They had connections all over the country. They were making like $2 million a year at that time, according to the investigators. Major white slavery prostitution ring, and the Department of Justice, the Federal Department of Justice in 1914 referred to their organization as the quote American Camorra. So this is a leader of the Calabrian Camorra in New York and a leader of the Calabrian Camorra in Chicago, the latter being Diamond Jim Colosimo. So as we know, he gets murdered in 1920. You know, allegedly, as far as we believe, it was an internal coup by Johnny Torrio, who was actually of Barres, Pugliese ancestry. He was born in Basilicata because his father was working on a railroad, but his parents are actually from Puglia. He moves to New York as a kid after his biological father dies. His mother marries a Calabrese guy, Calabrian named Salvatore Caputo. So he already has a familial connection. He's called, and still to this day, you'll see sources referring to him as Jim Colosimo's nephew. They're not even from the same region, let alone town, let alone family, right? But this is one of these sort of fictive kinships. This guy's my Eugene, this guy's my Zio, right? Right, because it signifies a closeness of relationship, right? And very, very likely formal affiliation within the Camorra also. Torrio winds up, again, the feds decades later referred to him as the leader of the Camorra in Chicago. He leaves Chicago in the mid-1920s amidst warfare within the mafia family there and warfare between different bootlegging factions. So a lot of violence is happening. He gets shot up and survives and winds up leaving and going to New York. We never see Johnny Torrio 100% confirmed as a Cosa Nostra member. But Bill Bonanno, in one of his books, talks about him as if he was. He mentions him as an example of a guy from that life, right? He gives Torrio as an example to illustrate something. So we don't know 100% the way we do with Capone that he becomes initiated into the mafia. I think it's a very, very strong bet that Torrio was an affiliate of the Genovese family, formerly.
Yeah, Torrio continued to associate with high-ranking Genovese members after he left Chicago. I've seen an informant who talks about, he lists Tony Ricci, Tony Goebbels, Genovese member closely linked to Navy Street as well as Chicago, Vito Genovese.
Also Pugliese, the way that Torrio was. Yeah.
This informant placed Torrio with all of them in later decades before he died. We don't have confirmation of it. I think it's fairly likely. Yeah. If he wasn't made into Cosa Nostra, there was a reason. Either he turned it down or there was a reason, I think we can presume.
And we have Gaetano Ricci considered like the messaggero or liaison between the Genovese family and Chicago. He's an important member. We don't know that he ever holds an office in the family. Messaggero is not an actual office the way Capodicina is or something. It's just sort of a role. At the least, he was an important soldier. And we know in the mid-1950s, he was surveilled with Johnny Torrio meeting at a restaurant in Chicago with Paul Rica and Tony Accardo. And it appears to have been in its Genovese family involvement in mediating an internal succession conflict in the Chicago family.
Yeah, you mentioned Bill Bonanno
steps down, and then Giancana becomes boss.
Yeah, you mentioned Bill Bonanno referring to, implying, it's heavily implied in what he says about Torrio. And he says that it's not just that this is a big name that Bonanno name drops. He specifically says that he met Torrio at a wedding. Yep. I believe it was a Profaci wedding. So Torrio's attendance at a Profaci connected wedding shows that whatever he was in with these guys, not just within the Genovese in Chicago, but also elsewhere. And then you have Bill Bonanno saying in his last book, and there's reason to, question some of these claims, but he says that Colosimo and Torrio were with Masseria. He says like they were part of the quote unquote Masseria group. However, he also says D'Aquila was part of the Masseria group.
Yeah.
So, I
Yeah.
think we have reason to question some of Bill Bonanno's historical anecdotes, but the fact
Yeah.
that he met Torrio at a wedding and implied that he was somebody from the life who stepped away from it, the life being the mafia that Bill Bonanno knew, I wouldn't go out there and say Johnny Torrio was 100% a Cosa Nostra member. But then we also have this account from a Chicago informant that we've discussed.
Of course.
He's somebody who seems to, there's some, like with any informant, especially when you don't know their identity, there's certainly room to question or criticize some of their info. But this guy said that Al Capone actually had the same connections to New York or something to that effect as Colosimo and Torrio.
Right.
And we know that Capone's connections to New York were to the Masseria family, Frankie Yale. So it's possible. These are a couple indications that maybe there was a relationship there that goes back further.
But we don't know if, here's the thing too, it's interesting. He doesn't talk in organizational formalities about that. We don't know if the connection in New York is to Cosa Nostra at that point, or if he's referring to the Camorra.
Yeah.
Because it's clear that the Camorra was a national network. Colosimo, since the 1900s, was involved in major partnerships with leading Calabrian Camorristi in New York. I think it's a good bet that there was something akin to the Gran Consiglio that used to exist in the Mafia, or the later commission. It might not have been as formalized or as centralized, but there would have been bosses nationally within the Camorra that were available to hold tribunals and mediate conflicts. Because we later have we'll get into Pittsburgh shortly, right? But that we have some evidence from Western Pennsylvania that Camorra bosses from different states would come in to mediate internal conflicts within families.
Yeah, and
it's a larger structure. These are not just disorganized.
Yeah, it's like Angelo said before. It's like these guys don't exist in a vacuum.
No. Yeah, and then real quick, we can also, before moving to Pittsburgh, we can talk about another really important figure, Paul Ricca. And as is common, like with Johnny Roselli, this is a guy who's living under a stolen, assumed identity for decades. And then, the feds eventually become aware of this and become very interested and keen to find out what Paul Ricca's actual identity and background is, because they want to deport him. So in the 1950s, now Paul Ricca's an interesting person because we don't know much about formal inside organizational details about the Chicago family. We know that Capone became boss in 1930, but then from there until decades later, there's a lot of gaps which have been mostly filled over the decades by things that range from partial truths to outright mythologies. Right? The Chicago family is always fraught with this kind of web of legend and sort of myth and distortion wrapped around it. We have several Chicago confidential informants that later claim Teddy DeRosa is one of them, and I believe that the one you just referenced that we don't know about, where we don't know the identity of, was another one, claimed that Paul Ricca was never the official boss of Chicago. He, by all accounts, is an extremely powerful figure. We believe that at certain points he was the official consigliere, and he was also on the Consiglio, the sort of administrative council of the Chicago family.
We know for a fact he was on the Consiglio.
Yeah, we know that for a fact, and we believe that most likely he was probably the chairman of that body, which would have made him the official consigliere, right? He may have been acting boss and never official. One of those informants says that he was never, was never formally installed as boss by the
Gentile. There's a vague reference from Gentile where he says he implies Paul Ricca was in trouble with the national mafia leadership around the mid 1930s, and it's very vague, but it connected to Cleveland, Giuseppe Romano's murder, right, and Al Polizzi, who was a one-time boss of Cleveland. Gentile says that Polizzi was in some sort of trouble himself for supporting Ricca.
Yep.
That could have played it. If he was never official boss, that could play into it. Whatever Ricca did that got him in trouble.
Well, Polizzi in Cleveland was attested by some Chicago CIs as being very closely related to, closely connected to the Chicago family also. So there's reason to believe that there was some close ties between Chicago and Polizzi. Yeah, we think that there could be something that could have happened politically that might have prevented him from becoming official boss. As far as we know, and there's a lot of uncertainty that surrounds this, Francesco Nito, what people called Frank Nitti in the paper, his name was Francesco Nito, succeeded Capone as boss when Capone is locked up in 1931 until he kills himself in the 40s. We don't know we don't know if he was acting for Capone initially when Capone was imprisoned. A lot of details we don't know, but he was a paisan of Capone. Capone's parents and Francesco Nito were both from the town of Angri in Salerno, another major sort of part of a major Camorra hub in the 1910s and 20s, which shows up over and over again in especially in New York, both in Brooklyn and East Harlem. A lot of people from the same areas of Salerno province wind up getting made into Cosa Nostra. The Genovese, Gambino, Colombo families absorb a lot of guys from that area. In Chicago, so he's from Brooklyn. Capone goes to Chicago. His paisan, possibly relative. In that case, he actually might be his relative, even though I never found a connection tracing them back, but their families are from the same little town. And then Paul Rico remains someone of sort of some mystery shrouding him, but he's an important guy. Late 1950s, the feds find out that he falsified his citizenship documents and they want to deport him. So until he dies in the early 1970s, they don't succeed in doing so, but the sort of sword of deportation as an old man hangs above his head the entire time. And what they uncover is very interesting. And I've done some of my own work on this, and some other people that we talked to have. His name was Felice De Lucia. He was born in Napoli. He assumed an identity of a guy from a different town in Campania and called himself Paulo Rica. He stole an identity of a guy from Boston or something and falsified his documents. His actual name was Felice De Lucia. He was born in the city of Napoli, but it's very clear to me that his parents were not actually from Napoli, because within a year or two, he's living in the town of Ottaiano, which is now called Ottaviano, which was also part of the same Caserta Terra di Lavoro province as so many of these other guys we're talking about. It's major, still to this day, a major hub of the modern Camorra also. His father was Antonio De Lucia, and we have good reason to believe that Antonio De Lucia was actually the boss of the Camorra Society circa 1910, 1920 in Ottaviano, because there's references that I found in some Italian sources referring to Antonio De Lucia, and it's to me very, very likely that's actually Paul Rica's father, as the boss of Ottaviano and the head of an important Camorra network that was allegedly involved in smuggling affiliates from Campania to America to serve in the quote-unquote Black Hand, like recruits. And according to Italian authorities, he ordered his son, Paul Rica, to kill two men. So we can assume that Paul Rica was probably a Picciotto or maybe even an initiated Camorrista at this point, but he's ordered by his father, who was apparently someone of stature, probably the boss, to kill two men. The fallout from this killing is Paul Rica flees justice, has to use a false name in papers in the US. He goes to New York initially, and then quickly in the 1920s is living in Chicago on Taylor Street that I mentioned earlier, with under the apparent patronage of a major figure named Diamond Joe Esposito, Giuseppe Esposito. These guys love Diamond Joe, Diamond Jim.
No. My theory is if you had the nickname Diamond Joe, Diamond Jim, if you have Diamond in your name, you were probably a Camorrista.
Well, it goes back to some of the cultural differences. When you go back in Calabria or Naples in the late 19th century, early 20th century, the Camorristi were known for being extremely flashy. I mean, Angelo, has talked about this quite a bit, right? They wear flared trousers and bright colors, and they had their hair poofed up in these
Butterfly
hairstyles, because they wanted everybody to know. Because at that point, they were criminals. They weren't. They were a mafia of criminals, of outright thugs, and they wanted everybody in their town or their prison block to know who they were. So they had tattoos, they had all kinds of visual signifiers, right? Which sort of fits in also with the kind of Capone image, right? This very snazzy dresser, very sort of flashy guy, flaunts his wealth, even to some degree courts, publicity with the media and so forth. Even though we know for a fact he becomes an important member of Cosa Nostra and a boss, right? He clearly, his larger cultural ethos is not like these older Sicilian members, right? Who, there's exceptions, but they usually, right? They carry themselves in a much more conservative fashion. They dress more conservatively, right? Capone, of course, started out as a pimp because he worked for Colosimo's Camorra prostitution empire, right? And so this is something that, so the diamond thing, right? Flashy guys, they like to show their wealth off. They want everybody to know that there's somebody, they're a big shot. So Diamond Joe, who gets killed in 1928 because of some conflicts happening on Taylor Street involving local politics and splits and tensions within the local mafia. We know from Nicola Gentile that he was already a made member of Cosa Nostra during the time that Antonino D'Andrea was boss in Chicago. So we're talking about the 1910s into the early 1920s, right? So he's the earliest, one of the earliest known mainlanders that we know of for a fact that was made into the mafia, Cosa Nostra in the U.S., and the earliest mainlander that we know for a fact was made into the mafia in Chicago.
Which I should point out goes against the idea that this developed later. There's a perception, I've seen it said that, mainlanders and these guys didn't join the Chicago family until basically Capone, was a member and took over. When clearly, if Diamond Joe was a made member by the early 1920s, clearly this process had already started, and it had started elsewhere too.
Yeah.
We'll get into that a little more when we get into Pittsburgh, but yeah, so
I think we never had anybody specifically saying that Diamond Joe Esposito was a boss of the Camorra in Chicago, but he's one of these people that, you wouldn't lose a bet if you made that bet and you had
the fact that Rika worked for him
Yeah.
after initially arriving.
Rico, who's one of the few people that we know almost basically for a fact, I consider it a fact, right, that he was the son of a major, Camorra boss in provincial Campania.
Right.
So he's one of the few people we know actually has a sort of family lineage. Because again, this is another difference between the Camorra and the Sicilian mafia. The modern 'ndrangheta is different. There's a lot. It's completely bound up with blood and marriage ties. This was not the case in Calabria in the 1880s, 1890s, 1900s. This was not the case in the old prison in Neapolitan or Campanian Camorra. They weren't. They were based on primarily criminal recruitment patterns because they were outright, explicit thugs. They weren't sort of embedded within kinship networks, the way the mafia has been from the very beginning, and the way that eventually the modern 'ndrangheta becomes. So it's not surprising we don't see it quite as many of these familial lineages, at least that we haven't discovered yet, because a lot of their patterns of recruitment were probably based on criminal affiliations and affiliations.
Interestingly, though, with Rika seeming to come from a lineage of it and working for Diamond Joe Esposito, these guys are kind of the Alta Mafia, the upper class mafia of the Camorra, or what we presume.
Colosimo too. Colosimo's pallbearers are mayors when he's killed.
The upper class, the Alta Camorra, so to speak. And with Rika too, with him working for Diamond Joe early on, and us having direct confirmation from Nicola Gentile that Diamond Joe was already a Chicago member, close to Merlo, who was photographed with both Colosimo and Esposito in years earlier.
Yeah.
So they were clearly close to a prominent Sicilian leader of the Chicago family.
Yeah.
But with finding that out about Diamond Joe, it raises questions about Rika's entry into the Chicago family, where, there's been speculation because we don't actually know whether Rika was originally made with the Chicago family or whether he was originally made into Capone's Decina. I suspect it's the former, one, because he was already associated with Diamond Joe. The other reason is there's a Magaddino tape where Magaddino's discussing a national meeting in Chicago during the Castellamarese War, and he discusses how the Chicago family was represented by Toto Loverde, a Palermitano. He says he represented the greaseballs. We know he was the boss of Chicago at that time. But then he says the Americanized was represented by Paul Ricca at this meeting. And so he's making a distinction between the greaseballs, the Sicilians under Loverde, and the quote-unquote Americanized, which I should clarify doesn't just mean Americanized in that they were, a product of American culture.
Yeah.
I think it could also be presumed, Joe Bonanno, he discusses Americanization in his book, not as becoming acclimated to American culture, like becoming a mainstream American, but as like the diversification of the mafia to include other ethnicities. So I suspect
networks and patterns.
And Magaddino's Bonanno's cousin, so they might well have both shared that perception that Americanized meant, multi-ethnic. And one, point that could point to Ricca having been made into Capone's Genovese Decina is that there's one point where Nicola Gentile discusses talking to Paul Ricca around that same time and says that Ricca was Capone's lieutenant.
Yeah.
But Gentile usually uses organizational language when he's referring to like formal matters. Like he'll say capo di Cina, capo de Cina, whatever. So Capone's lieutenant, that could play into him being part of Capone's Decina, starting with the Genovese, or it could have just been sort of a de facto relationship. You know, he was representing Al Capone. And personally, I'm of the theory that Rico was already made with Chicago and represented Capone's interests in that family before Capone joined.
That's the whole point of Masseria making Capone a capo di Cina in his family was he couldn't do that. He couldn't pull the strings yet to make Capone boss of Chicago. Right. The whole deal was Capone, once the sort of conflict in the national mafia, as well as its sub-conflicts in New York and Chicago, shook out. You know, this is what becomes the Castellamarese War, right? Once this shakes out, the idea is that Masseria is going to have acolytes loyal to him, essentially, right? Guys that he brings up and puts into positions of power as bosses of other important families. You want to have the boss of Chicago as one of your guys, right? And, you know, things don't work out that way. Actually, what winds up working out is that Vito Genovese, Lucky Luciano and Al Capone team up to kill Masseria and then make the peace themselves because they're dissatisfied with his leadership. But this is the plan, right? Is he's only making him as sort of a stopgap measure into the Genovese family. The idea is he's going to get him in as the boss of Chicago and have him as a loyalist. And Gentile describes Capone. He says Popolo Verde was the formal boss at the Rappresentante, but that Capone was something to the effect of the de facto boss. He was the real power.
I suspect that Rico represented Capone's interests within the Chicago family. That to me is most likely based on some of the references. Something that all of this speaks to as well, I'm sure you have other things you want to say about this, but something that speaks to as well that I want to point out is that, you know, we're obviously at odds with a lot of the descriptions of the Chicago family through all eras. But, you know, especially the idea that the outfit was like a non-mafia entity, that Capone had this outfit of his own before he joined Cosa Nostra. I mean, there's some people who don't even believe he joined Cosa Nostra, which we know for a fact.
And Bonanno told us he did. I mean, what more do you want, you know?
You know, we know it's confirmed, but you know, there's this idea though that Capone had this multi-ethnic outfit before he joined Cosa Nostra or before he took over Chicago officially. Well, we're finding out that Capone's outfit before this was the Camorra, you know, or at least that was the formal group he was involved with. He was also a Genovese associate. You know, Joe Bonanno says, you know, he was with Frankie Yale. We know there was a close relationship there. So it's not that Al Capone moved to Chicago and just somehow got connected to Masseria and was made into that family. It's that he came from this same Brooklyn element that connects back to the DeCarlo tapes. These guys like Del Duca, the same element that Swats Mulligan was around. Like all these guys.
Neighborhood Camorrista, as they say.
He was a neighborhood Camorrista, and he took his not just his Camorra affiliation with him to Chicago, but he took his association with the future Genovese family. However, you know, one thing Joe Bonanno is wrong about, and Joe Bonanno wasn't even in the U.S. yet, is Bonanno says that, you know, Frankie Yale and presumably Masseria backed Capone's move to Chicago. Well, Masseria wasn't even a boss yet. Frankie Yale, however, you know, Angelo has the Secret Service report we discussed in another episode, but there's a reference to Frankie Yale being part of the Morello organization. And so Frankie Yale was a Calabrian, probably already inducted into the future probably inducted into the Morello family, and we know there were some relationships developing there, and so Capone was possibly an associate of the Morello family before it split up. He moved to Chicago. Frankie Yale continues on with the Genovese family. Bonanno confirms that Frankie Yale was a Genovese capo. And then Capone is living in Chicago as an associate of Frankie Yale and therefore Masseria. So hopefully that made sense. But, you know, Capone's association with Masseria and the Genovese goes back to his time in Brooklyn, and he brought that with him.
Yeah, and he could, I mean, you know, people might think this is strange because we've brought this up before, you know, associate can do a lot of work, right? People might think associate and they think, oh, you're saying that Capone was a lackey. How could he be an associate of the Masseria family when he was the boss of this huge organization in Chicago, right? Which at its core, it seems evident was a Camorra society, though it also included employees and partners from different ethnic backgrounds who worked with Capone and bootlegging and other criminal operations. So there was a sort of empire of different types of criminal operations, at the core of which we can see was a Camorra organization. But you have to think about people also, like later, much later, you have people, like Meyer Lansky, who is the de facto head of a sort of major Jewish network of mobsters around the country, not as formally organized as either the Mafia or the Camorra, right? But a de facto sort of Jewish mob around the country, and represents them as a top echelon associate to the Cosa Nostra system, to the point where Tony DeCarlo, we don't know if it's jokingly or not, refers to him as an abogad, as if he's like a de facto equivalent of a commission rep, even though we know he's not a member of the Mafia and thus can't.
Frank Pomponsero, as
Yeah.
well as a New York informant, I don't know the identity of, both said similar, if not the same thing.
Yeah, not a lot of people were made into the Mafia, especially in the 1910s and 20s. The membership was very restrictive. We don't know when the books were open and closed. So someone like Capone could be both the boss of a powerful organization in Chicago that has a major standing in the national network, and also within Cosa Nostra terms at the time, formally an associate of the Genovese family until he's actually made into it.
And the point you're making is that the term associate is not a pejorative meant to place a guy, say a guy's a nobody.
Yeah.
An associate is a wide spectrum of, on an operational level, there's a wide spectrum to what that means. I was making that point with Richie Boiardo, who
Right.
I said, resisted the Mafia for many years, but by the time he gets out of prison in the late 1930s, he's associating with the Mafia, and he's probably on record with the Genovese. He's probably on record with Willie Moretti.
Right.
He's not made for several years. You wouldn't say Richie Boiardo was an associate to knock him down a peg. It's just a formal fact.
Yeah,
and that's
he's not made as a member of the Mafia, but he has a formal affiliation where he's represented by a member. Right? That's what that means. That can mean anybody from a low-level sort of, gopher to somebody at the level of Meyer Lansky and other people that we're talking about. So that it does a lot of work, right? We don't mean that these people were not important. So yeah, we just mean they weren't members yet. Now, I think maybe, there's a lot we can talk about with Chicago and New York. Again, any thread you pull, it winds up pulling out a bird's nest of other threads that go off in every direction. But we've kind of danced around Pittsburgh. So I brought up the Mussolinos from Santo Stefano di Aspromonte. And this is a town that pops up over and over again in different parts of the American Camorra network. We already, at different points, brought up Frank, Ciccio Milano, who even before Capone was a mainland boss, representante in the American Cosa Nostra system, the boss of the Cleveland outfit or family. And, he's from Santo Stefano di Aspromonte. This is a network, of people, famous names, Milano, Mussolino.
Milano's from San Roberto, which is
right near
Santo Stefano.
Right next to it.
What's that, Angelo?
They're both towns are pretty close, though. They're not that far.
They're within walking distance of each other. Yeah, that whole area on the western side of the Aspromonte Mountains is just filled with today Ndrangheta activity. But a lot of these early guys had roots there, and you mentioned, we'll get into the.
We've already sort of danced around this, and we've also established that there's this national Calabrian Camorra network that has.
There's an interesting connection.
Chicago.
There's an interesting connection here that I haven't really pursued as far as I want, but I plan to, which is that Stefano Zoccoli was from Santo Stefano di Aspromonte.
Right.
He lived in Youngstown and then Midland, Pennsylvania, so right on the border between Pittsburgh and Ohio. And Zoccoli was a figure of some importance in the Pittsburgh family for decades. He moves to San Jose, where he transfers membership and becomes chairman of their consiglio, a position we think Rica had in Chicago at one point. Zoccoli's mother, though, was a Mussolino. And Giuseppe Mussolino, this infamous figure in Santo Stefano, he associated with another guy named Stefano Zoccoli, as well as another Zoccoli. And I don't know, I assume there's a relation of some kind, and then given the stature that Zoccoli had, because the San Jose family was primarily Sicilian. They were heavily connected to the Colombos. But yet they had these important Calabrians who left Pittsburgh and joined them. Another one was Charles Carbone, who became the underboss of San Jose. He was from, is it Sheila? Have you pronounced that?
Yeah.
Sheila? Yeah. He was from there. He arrived to West Virginia. He ended up in Johnsonburg, which is 2 hours outside of Pittsburgh. But he was another one who was an important Pittsburgh member. He was accused of a murder in Olean, New York, which I know Angelo has something to say about. So these are later guys. And then I mentioned the informant who linked Rocco Pellegrino to some of these guys, to Milano, to Zoccoli, to Tripodi and Steubenville. And Zoccoli's daughter ended up marrying Pete Milano. Later became the Los Angeles boss, but he was the son of Tony Milano, the brother of Frank Milano. So just kind of setting the stage that this is almost Sicilian-like as far as clan relationships are concerned. It's something we don't have as much information on with the mainlanders, but this intermarriage, this national network, this link to hometowns, the possibility that Zoccoli was a relative of Giuseppe Mussolino based on his mom's name, and Giuseppe Mussolino's involvement with some Zoccolis in this same Santo Stefano. So something there. And
Well,
Pittsburgh.
I mentioned with Antonio Mussolino, the brother of the famous Giuseppe Mussolino, and their father is credited as the founder of the Camorra Society in Santo Stefano, is sent to New York and is then initiated into what he calls the Black Hand, into the Calabrian Camorra in New York. He said several of his cousins were involved in it, right, as well as other paesani that were from Santo Stefano. It's interesting as a side note, but he actually had several sisters that were initiated, because early on in the Calabrian Camorra, they could initiate women.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have the same roles and responsibilities as men, but they were considered women of honor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So some of these later Pittsburgh guys, shows, based on their relationships, where they came from, we could infer based on that there were Camorra links. However, Pittsburgh's a place where we know Camorristi joined Cosa Nostra.
Before I get into that, we were discussing Capone and Milano. They're coming onto the scene as bosses at the, end of the 1920s, beginning of the 1930s. So at this point, by the mid-20s, by the 1930s, you had mainlanders who were members of these other societies that were brought in, and then they ended up rising to certain levels of prominence, representatives and whatnot. When they joined this, they took their shoes off at the door, meaning they respected the Society of the Mafia. They did what was supposed to be done. They weren't, I don't think Paul Rica, Milano, Amato were sitting back thinking, how can we turn this into the Camorra? There's no evidence for that. There might have been a different approach to the life in terms of they might have had more of a criminal inclination, but they still followed the rules. There's, when it comes to the rules of the mafia, they are kind of very basic. They're very elastic. They can be, seen through different lights. And we see that later on with, Gotti and Scarfo, both of whom have no connection to the, what we're talking about right now, but they just had a different approach to it. They kind of almost viewed it as more like an army, more like being in the military, whereas you really need to follow this, as opposed to the Sicilians who, well, in some cases, they were maybe a little bit even more lax than these mainlanders that were brought in. But so going on to Milano, in the 1910s, there was, a hotbed of Camorra activity going on in Cleveland, Akron, and Kent, all these Ohio towns, and they were all connected. The Milanos and others were kind of at the epicenter of it. We know as early as 1912, though, that the Milanos and Joe Leonardo, who was, the Sicilian boss of Cleveland, they maintained a very good relationship. And I would say almost at the early 1920s, it's likely the Milanos became a member. But the Milanos are one of the few Calabrians to actually join Cleveland. There were probably others, but at a certain point, they're really few and far in between.
Cleveland also just stopped making people for decades for the most part. Yeah.
But when we jump to the 60s, Tony Milano had a protege, which was Frank Brancato, who was, you look at his lineage, he goes back to Licata. So even though the Milanos were Calabrese, if we were charting out this war that was going on back in, the end of the 1920s, it would have been impossible not to put him into Leonardo's faction because he, for all intents and purposes, they were honorary licates. Aside.
And Agrigento being, the hometown of the Leonardos,
Yeah.
leading family in the Cleveland outfit for decades. Later on, Joe Leonardo, who had been the boss, was killed. His son, Angelo Leonardo, becomes the underboss and then flips in the 80s and becomes an important, witness for the government.
Yeah, speaking to that,
yeah.
Angelo, sorry, Tony. Speaking to that, though, is that Gentile references a visit to Cleveland around 1925, where it pretty much confirms Frank Milano was already a member, and he discusses like some of the tensions between Salvatore Todaro and Joe Leonardo, who were paisans. And there's an episode where Gentile, Milano, and somebody else confront Todaro about some of these issues going on with Leonardo. And I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say they even rough him up a little bit, just kind of, they at least confront him. And, Milano's involved in that. He's involved in this confrontation with a made guy, a Sicilian. I'm sure Milano was, probably among the first mainlanders made in Cleveland.
Well, Gentile had a very low opinion of Joe Leonardo also. I believe at another point he described him as like an idiot, basically, or a moron. He said he was illiterate and, was not very bright. As a way of illustrating, of course, that, he was bright. Gentile always likes to show that, he was this wise, sage sort of mafioso. Yeah, but he didn't have good things to say about Leonardo. And despite Milano being Calabrese, he may have had a lot more respect for him, especially if he saw that he was a leader in his own right, apart from his membership in Cosa Nostra. So Gentile is an important source. So Nicola Gentile goes to Pittsburgh in the 1910s. We've talked about him before. There's a great Informer journal issue from a couple of years ago about the memoirs and the life of Nicola Gentile. Important because he travels around the country. He's a member, an administration member in the mafia families in several cities in the U.S. and also has close, ties and connections and stories about people like Capone and Lombardo in Chicago and so forth. Shed a lot of light on things that otherwise we wouldn't necessarily know much about. And one of the things he specifically talks about is of key interest here, because during his time in Pittsburgh, Gentile is sort of outraged, at least decades later, he says he's outraged to find out that the then boss of the Pittsburgh Mafia was in league with the Calabrian Camorra and were extorting Sicilian businessmen. So do you want to talk about that, Angelo? Because this is Pittsburgh and Western Pennsylvania and so forth is a key area. You've done a lot of research, not just on this question, but on some of the known or suspected Calabrian Camorra societies or cells that were present throughout Western Pennsylvania.
Well, going into this area, you had three main hubs of Italian immigration, in America by this point. New York, Chicago, number 3 is Pittsburgh. But it's hard to talk about Pittsburgh, without talking about Western Pennsylvania as a whole, because it's all connected. You even get books today non-related to the subject of Pittsburgh. They're going to talk about Western Pennsylvania. I mean, spread all the way out. I mean, east to, Johnstown, north to Erie, west all the way to Hillsville, and then into, across the state lines in, Ohio. And then
West Virginia too, even that finger of West Virginia that sticks up. These are coal mining areas, manufacturing areas, railroad areas, other types of industries that attract lots of immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
So lots of Italians, Polish, and other people pour into these places because of the huge amount of jobs.
Yeah.
So even though we tend to think of Italian Americans, right, as being quintessentially an urban phenomenon, right, urban ethnic group, you think of New York, Chicago, Philly, Boston. There are parts of the country, several of them, but Pennsylvania is really a hardcore area where there's just people distributed even in tiny towns all over the place because they come to work in quarries, they come to work in mines, they work on the railroads, they're working in whatever factory that town has. And there's a huge number of Italians pouring into these places.
Yeah. This sector of the country, though, Western Pennsylvania, was primarily, heavily Calabrese. They probably outnumbered the Sicilian faction maybe 3-1, maybe 4-1, perhaps even. So, but in was sticking to Pittsburgh, you did have Mafia, you did have Camorra, and going back to the relationship there, they seemed to get along just like they did in Cleveland. The boss, Gregorio Conte, he signed for Fernando Moro, the boss of the Camorra. I believe he was on his immigration papers, and he worked at a store later on. So there was a deep connection there. Now, Gentile talks about coming in, and this would have been between 1915 and 1919, where he describes what is a major war between the Mafia and the Camorra, and he says some number like 500 of them were wiped out. Going through the murder records, there is nothing to substantiate that. There is nothing between that era to describe anything of what he's describing.
Yeah, he says that when he moved to Pittsburgh, like this extortion relationship was going on between Conti, the boss of Pittsburgh, and he was partnered with Moro, the Pittsburgh Camorra boss, as well as Calabro, the head of the Johnstown Camorra. All these guys Calabrese. And I think Gentile says he himself kicked off the war, right?
Yeah,
like,
he said it because he was like as an outsider.
He says he formed like a secret faction of Sicilians who were picking off Calabrese, but as Angelo said, there's no confirmation of that.
Yeah, there is something that went on close to what he described, but it's in 1923, 1924 when he's already off the scene. Moro, he's still alive, but he's going to die 2 years later from syphilis. There's a lot we don't know there, but we just know that the relationship was symbiotic. So when it comes to members that joined the American Mafia, we have Moro being one. Another guy is Frank Amato, like we said, from Rocco Renola. He came there. He was in Toronto for a while under Joe Mussolino's group, the cousin up there, before coming down into Braddock. The boss down in Braddock, which is a suburb of Pittsburgh, would have been a George or Giancinto DeCarlo. This guy is very important. He goes back to Fasano. I'll be getting into him much later at some point. But Frank Amato came up under him, and then come to in the early 1930s, Frank Amato was then the underboss. Yeah. We jump forward to the 1960s. He's either underboss or consigliere, one or the other.
Still the underboss.
Underboss? Okay.
We have three references to it, just real quick. Like, Gentile identifies him as the underboss in 1932, but says he's the real power, but he's backed by Vito Genovese, who we know Critchley published. Like I said, I haven't seen the records myself, but Critchley said both Amato and Genovese visited Peretti on death row. So he's identified as underboss in 1932. Tony Lima said that when he's a former San Francisco boss, originally from Johnstown and Pittsburgh, he says that when La Rocca became Pittsburgh boss, that Amato was underboss. He became the underboss. And then we have a wiretap of Philadelphia members in the early 60s saying he's still underboss. So Amato is often said by sources. There was a source who thought he was the boss, but we have three solid sources there who say over a span of 30 years he was the underboss. Just one of those little details, but he was obviously powerful.
Well, there's a gap in our knowledge after the mid 1930s until the early 1960s. We don't know. I've heard people speculate that he went from underboss to boss, back to under to consig. I don't know. I don't know what he was there in that era. But when it comes to John La Rocca, it's been said that he was actually Amato's protege, and that Amato was kind of pushing for him to take over. La Rocca was Sicilian. So again, it just kind of goes back to these guys, they took their shoes off at the door when they entered this society. And by this point, by, the 1920s, 40s, onto the 60s, these guys are still, they still got their compaesismo, but there is a relative degree of Americanization. People are now living in these cities, in these American cities, and they're taking on, certain characteristics. So, there was a half-life to this to a certain extent.
Yeah.
There's the wiretap of Stefano Magadino talking about meeting a Pittsburgh Capodicina. I don't think he says who it is, but he says, when I was visiting Pittsburgh, this guy told me I'm a Calabrian Capodicina in Pittsburgh, and it offended Magadino, who was like, Calabrian, whatever you are, basically you're with us. He
Yeah.
didn't like that this guy referred to himself as a Calabrian Capodicina.
We're all one system.
Yeah, even though Magadino constantly points out ethnicities and disparages Calabrians, and
But that's offhand also. It's not in a formal
he's a,
context,
he's a
right?
dirty Calabrese. He
Yeah.
says stuff like that all the time. But yet,
Yeah.
when this guy presented himself as a Calabrian Capodicina, it seemed to indicate to Magadino. I'm obviously offering my own analysis, but it seemed to indicate to Magadino that this guy kind of saw himself as separate. We also have it's the same tape where Amato is referred to underboss still in the 60s. Angelo Bruno and a couple high-ranking members of his family talk about how in Pittsburgh it's funny because John LaRocca, when he introduces people, he'll say like, this is my underboss. He's Neapolitan. This guy's a Capodicina. He's Calabrese, and they're just saying how that's kind of funny because in Philadelphia and Chicago you don't really have that. Even though Philadelphia had this massive Calabrian faction that's referred to over and over and over again as a distinct political entity based on Calabrian heritage, it's similar to the Magadino tape where they seem to, if not take issue, at least like offer commentary on it. Like,
It's seen as distinctive because they make a point of noting that the Chicago bosses, Tony Accardo and Giancana, right, were both Sicilian, like Bruno. But then they're like, Chicago's like us. They basically take guys as they come. Like, we don't really care so
they
much
seem to,
about
like both this
where you're
Magadino tape and this Philadelphia tape point to like in Pittsburgh, like they seem to have constantly referenced those. It doesn't seem to have caused like any real issues in the family. The family was very small by that point.
Right.
Guys were spread out all over too, so guys kind of had their own little fiefdoms. The Pittsburgh family is interesting because it really wasn't just the Pittsburgh family. It's like you had many guys in Ohio, not just Youngstown, but Steubenville. You had guys in Sharon, Pennsylvania. I mentioned Charles Carbone before he moved to San Jose, lived in Johnsonburg, 2 hours away. You had guys all around the area. You had guys in Altoona, Johnstown later. Johnstown, according to Lima, was originally its own family, and he would know, being from Johnstown, having relatives who were members there. But it's just interesting that Pittsburgh was very widely spread out on that cross state area, and then they just continued to reference their heritage when meeting other members. There's even a tape, just to hammer the point home here. There was an associate of the Genovese Capodicina, Salvatore Celambrino, and he talked about a trip they took to Pittsburgh where they met the entire leadership. And LaRocca came in and was like, this guy's a Calabrese like you.
Yeah.
Part of that's just normal conversation. They cared about heritage. But it's funny. It's just funny to me personally that there's these like 3 references to heritage. LaRocca likes to point out heritage.
It seems to have been a thing with Pittsburgh that they really highlighted this, even to the point that when they did introductions of members formally, right, Magadino might have talked a lot of stuff about regional heritage and background and so forth. But presumably his issue was when you're introducing yourself, there's no such thing as a Calabrese Capodicina. You're a Capodicina. We're all part of the same system. Yeah. So off the record, he might have said this, that, and the other. But his issue was we don't walk around talking like that. And clearly, like Philly saw it the same way. Like we don't walk around, even though we have this big political faction of Calabrians that have a consigliere that serves as their own de facto boss within the family. We don't walk around introducing ourselves to members of other families as I'm part of the Calabrian faction of Philly, right?
Yeah.
So this is
like you guys were saying a second ago, there's decades of close association between the Calabrians and the Sicilians there. We have Gentile's account of like coming to Pittsburgh, and Gentile, he pretty much places himself as a conservative Sicilian,
right.
Sees the mafia as primarily a Sicilian phenomenon, and he doesn't like this. One, because Sicilians are being extorted in this, cross-ethnic partnership. But he comes in and allegedly wages a war. Whether he actually did or not, or whether he exaggerated it, is a question. But then he talks about tensions growing with Moro. And I'd like Angelo in a second to, elaborate a little more on Moro's background. But there's these tensions growing. And ultimately, there's a meeting of, I can't remember I think he says the national leadership was there of the mafia, and that there was this formal meeting, and the Camorra, it was decided, would join Cosa Nostra. Moro's group would actually join Cosa Nostra, and he says the Camorra was dissolved.
He said the Camorra in Pittsburgh after that ceased to exist.
Yeah, he ceased to exist. And Gentile had an extremely negative opinion of the Camorra. He calls them a disease,
Yeah.
and he seems to see them as, on a far lower rung, far lower strata than the mafia. But these guys, it was ultimately decided, would join Cosa Nostra. Like you guys kind of hit on a little while ago, it's very unlikely the entire Pittsburgh Camorra just became Cosa Nostra members.
It would have been
It's
a
like
500-man family.
Yeah, because Gentile says in 1932, he says Pittsburgh had 70 members.
Yeah.
So, that was this induction of Camorristi in Pittsburgh occurred in the mid to late 1910s. So that would mean 15 years later, there were 70 members in Pittsburgh, many of which were no doubt Sicilians. So, obviously they didn't induct all of the Camorristi. Probably maybe the guys who had the degree of Camorrista, and maybe not even all of them.
No, not all of them. We know that Moro was still boss after 1919 of the Camorra. The Camorra in Pittsburgh and the surrounding areas, it absolutely 100% was not dissolved. I don't know. He's mistaken. He's misremembering. Maybe he thought nobody would never know, and he just kind of wanted to, puff his chest out. We don't know, but it was still going on in many different places. Johnstown, Youngstown, Hillsville, Sharon, Fairmont, Clarksburg, Steubenville, Pittsburgh. There was still this activity, Cannonsburg, still going on all around. And jump to the 60s and you look at the Pittsburgh family, the way it's structured. Again, same structure, same mafia structure we're all going to expect. But what their Dacinas are kind of spread out based on city. Like you had Johnstown, you had Youngstown, other places, and you might have had a captain and maybe one or two soldiers under them. That's it. But that doesn't account for their entire powership. If you go to Johnstown, you look at Joe Regina, I think his name was. Okay, he was a captain. He might have had one or two guys under him. But this guy, he was involved with cigarette machines with the police commissioner. He's going down to Florida with the senator. He's got his sons, his relatives that are involved in certain things around the city. So a captain with two crews, it's not doing it justice explaining the type of power that these guys had at the local level. But
Frank Bompancero, the LA member from San Diego, I talk about constantly. His FBI files are really kind of like a second Gentile in terms of his travels and the extent of his knowledge, the decades of membership, all that. But Frank Bompancero was told that Jimmy Tripodi of Steubenville was a Pittsburgh Capodicina with 3 members under him.
Yeah.
So it speaks to what you're saying, where like Steubenville had a captain with several members, and not all these towns had captains,
Like Altoona, I don't know that the guys who were there were captains. They may have had one or
Johnston.
But Altoona, I don't know if it was actually 100% confirmed that any of the guys there were Capodicina, or if they were just soldiers.
They were part of the Johnstown crew.
Yeah, they were, right? But they functioned as the de facto bosses of Altoona. Yeah. And there was a 1960s CI whose identity I don't know from Pennsylvania that told the FBI that this is, from his point of view, this is what's unique about the Pittsburgh outfit, because this is another city, another area where they called Cosa Nostra the outfit. And he said the outfit in Pittsburgh is different from some other cities because it has very few made members. The made members are basically distanced from criminal activities. They stay away from that stuff. They don't handle any of the criminal stuff themselves. But they have large numbers of associates who are not members who handle the criminal activities for them, which we know in general that's the model for Cosa Nostra, right? Some members are more or less directly involved in actual criminal nitty-gritty, but they tend to have crews. Even a soldier has a crew of workers who work under him as associates. Now, Pittsburgh, they could have had 1 or 2 members, not even a captain in a small city, like a major industrial town that had, significant revenue from numbers, from coin operated machines. In some cases, some of these guys may have been involved in narcotics and other stuff, extortion, street tax collection, other types of gambling. A lot of things could be going on, and they may have dozens of associates working under these guys who we don't our view into some of these things is pretty opaque.
Yeah.
But it's clear that just because there was a very small number of made members and many of them were distributed across the wider sort of region, they were nodes again in the network of the Pittsburgh Mafia. They would represent any number of associates that were working under them.
One.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Finish. Sorry.
Well, I don't know if we want to talk about Youngstown, because then this becomes a very interesting question as to what could have been happening over time in the Pittsburgh, Western Pennsylvania, Ohio River Valley, Mahoning River Valley area, that whole sort of Eastern Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, Northern West Virginia area that was the Pittsburgh family's orbit.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I'll say about Western Pennsylvania is there's no evidence that the early mafia way back when had access to all these different places. I'm talking Fairmont, Clarksburg, the Handle, Sharon, even up in Youngstown. So if the Mafia of Pittsburgh inherited anything from the Camorra, it would have been their territory, because we know way back then that the Camorra was, already spread out into all these areas.
Yeah.
And it takes us to Youngstown and Hillsville. Youngstown started out as an outgrowth of Hillsville in 1904. And then we jump to the 1960s, and it's Youngstown formerly had a lot of members from Cleveland, Cleveland members who were there, but they were dying out. They were starting to retire. They were starting to move. So you basically had Cleveland associates representing Cleveland and Youngstown. Meanwhile, in Youngstown, you had Dominic Malamo, the Romeos who were retired. Malamo was considered the captain at that time in the 1960s, but he seemed to have had a separate organization under him that an informant talked about, whereas he was brought in, he was given a ceremony, not a mafia ceremony, but then he was told he had to pay his monthly or weekly dues. You'd probably remember this a little bit more than I, so you probably might want to go into it, Tony.
Yeah, we don't know I don't believe we know the identity of this informant. He was a Calabrian in Youngstown. He is in the sort of orbit of this, Malamo, Paul Romeo group, which is in Cosa Nostra terms, right? If you put our Cosa Nostra hat on, these guys are made members of the Pittsburgh outfit, and they're in Youngstown, Ohio, Calabrians. They have, according to this account from this informant in the 60s, their own what he calls Calabrian organization. And he doesn't talk anything about Cosa Nostra. He doesn't talk anything about outfit or LCN, any of this kind of stuff. He's talking about the Calabrian organization. He's brought to a house in Youngstown, and under the leadership of Dom Malamo and Paul Romeo, who are both, ancestry, I believe, goes back to Reggio Calabria, but offhand, I forget which towns in Reggio. These are Calabrese guys who are leaders of their own organization, which is, clearly, even though they're mafia members, is independent of the mafia. He's initiated into this organization. As you say, he pays an entrance fee, like a dues, which is another, feature of the Camorra. We know that was not a feature of Cosa Nostra, right? He's initiated into this in this house in a ceremony that, as he recounts it, involves like kneeling in front of a statue of the Madonna, the Virgin Mary, and involves wine and holy water. And the statue of the Virgin Mary of the Madonna is very interesting because there's a sort of shrine that's the site of pilgrimage since around the 1890s, as far as we know, of the 'Ndrangheta, of the Calabrian Camorra, Reggio Calabria, right, in the mountains of Aspromonte, La Madonna del Pozzi. And this is where these sort of pilgrimages, historically for decades and decades, would take place there, where the Crimini, the sort of grand tribunal or council of the different 'Ndrangheta societies around Reggio Calabria would meet there, for their annual summits, and they would elect what Eric brought up earlier, the Capo Crimine, right, the Gran Criminale. This is the sort of body that was historically above the the Calabrian 'Ndrangheta or Camorra. And Anna Sergi, whose family, well, she's from a nearby area, the area around San Luca and Polsi herself. She's a researcher, criminologist and so forth, and from Italy, and she's written about the connections between this part of Reggio Calabria and Australia, as well as some other things. because these things also extend into Australia, they extend into Canada, which is sort of beyond the purview of our show. But these, over the 20th century, especially later in the 20th century, some of these Calabrians, through migration patterns, go to places outside of the U.S. and set up, Camorra and Drangheta societies, which remain till today and are important parts of the organized crime landscape in those countries. But they, people would, there was like a local museum in this part of Australia, and they had a statue of the Madonna, and people broke in and took it. So like these statues of the Madonna were used because the Ndrangheta has these sort of very elaborate Baroque rituals, and they have saints, not just like in the mafia where you have a picture of a saint and you burn it during your initiation ceremony. They have like patron saints for the different dolti, patron saints for the different societies, not because of any sort of deeply felt spiritual or religious impulse. They just serve purely ceremonial purposes to sort of knit together the solidarity and identity of people as members of the society. Right? They just serve sort of ritual purposes, but they incorporate lots of sort of folk Catholic symbolism. So this guy in the 1960s in Youngstown, Ohio, this gritty urban, industrial sort of landscape, is brought to a house and kneels before a statue of the Madonna and is initiated into a Calabrian organization with wine and holy water. He doesn't belong to the outfit, quote unquote. He doesn't belong to Cosa Nostra, even though the guys who initiate him do, but they're not wearing their Cosa Nostra hats. They're wearing their Calabrian hats, right? They have their own thing. And then it's interesting because this guy says that the Calabrian organization in Youngstown answers to the bosses of the wider Calabrian organization, who he says are the Milanos in Cleveland. Now, the Milanos, as we going back to Frank Milano, Tony Milano, they're Calabrian leaders within the Cleveland Cosa Nostra outfit. So when they wear their Cosa Nostra hats, they represent, they're all part of the same brotherhood of any other mafia member, but they represent the Cleveland outfit, right? Malamo and Romeo, when they wear their mafia Cosa Nostra hat, they represent the Pittsburgh outfit. But according to this guy, when they take that hat off, now they're all part of a different system that coexists with this mafia system. That's the account he's giving us. And in that system, the Calabrian system, Malamo doesn't answer to Pittsburgh, he answers to the Milanos in Cleveland. It doesn't mean he's not formally affiliated with the with the Cleveland LCN, right? This is a different organization that's over the decades clearly has sort of become intertwined with Cosa Nostra, but it's separate from it.
And there's an informant. There was an informant
dimension,
There was an informant in Youngstown. It might have been a different guy. It's kind of hard to tell. There may have been 2 or 3 informants in Youngstown, but there was an informant who referred to the Calabrian organization and the Sicilian organization, and he didn't seem to realize there was overlap. And the guys he says were part of the Sicilian organization included guys who were affiliated with Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and possibly even Detroit at various points. But his perception was that these were 2 different entities. We know the Calabrians. There's a wiretap or an informant report because Paul Romeo was the captain before Malamo.
Right.
Is my understanding. Paul Romeo is explicitly identified as a captain on, I think it's a Megadino tape or one of those. It's some wiretap. But this informant says that, what was I going to say? This report says that, what's his name? He was the Sicilian guy who transferred to the Gambinos with Gentile. Yeah, he got killed with a car bomb with his son. Charlie Caballero he's said to have gotten called to a meeting when they were having like the war with the Naples brothers and all that. Paul Romeo called a meeting, and everybody there was a Pittsburgh member, most of them Calabrian, and they voted together on whether to kill this one particular guy. Indicates to me that Caballero was probably a member of Romeo's Decina. So even though this one informant had this perception that the Calabrian organization and the Sicilian organization were separate, it seems that the Pittsburgh Capodicina over Youngstown had Sicilians as well as Calabrians in it. Mm-hmm. There was possibly another informant. Like I said, I can't remember if these are separate guys. I'm not sure. But there was another one. He was the son of a Calabrian Pittsburgh member. I want to say that Pindelli or Pindinelli, something to that effect. The son was a pimp. He was involved in prostitution. He got into a dispute over prostitution, and he was called to essentially a sit-down chaired by Tony Milano and a bunch of other guys. you know, in Cosa Nostra, you're not going to have Tony Milano was the underboss for a time. His brother had been a former boss. Tony Milano was an underboss. His son became the LA boss. And you're not going to see Sicilian Cosa Nostra members chair a sit down about prostitution. So it makes me wonder if that was, more of an internal Camorra, because we
Yeah.
have evidence that this Camorra, this Ndrangheta, whatever name you want to give it, continued on not just in Youngstown, but Western Pennsylvania. Because
Right.
one of these informants who discussed the Calabrian organization also said that he had a cousin who was part of the Calabrian organization in a Pennsylvania city way east of Pittsburgh. I want to say
Yeah.
in the Altoona area. So it indicates that this Calabrian organization was not just Youngstown, Ohio, the border between them, but that it also extended into Pennsylvania, which also draws back to Gentile having the perception that, as he said, the Camorra was no more in Pittsburgh. Well, maybe they didn't tell you, Nick. Maybe
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
Calabrese were like, yeah, sure, we'll join Cosa Nostra. But they obviously continued their own thing, not just in the immediate years, but we're talking into the 1960s.
So Paul Romeo was a Cappuccino in the Pittsburgh outfit, right? Formerly, again, he's wearing his Cosa Nostra hat. He as he gets older, he's succeeded in that position by Dominic Malamo. This Youngstown informant that I referred to then said that Paul Romeo had been the leader of the Calabrian organization in Youngstown. He was still like a senior, like emeritus leader, and then Dominic Malamo was the one presiding over it. But again, he made it clear that the Youngstown Calabrian organization was part of a larger organization, and that its ultimate bosses above Malamo and Romeo were the Milanos in Cleveland. Now, if you have a guy in Pennsylvania whose father is, an affiliate of the Pittsburgh outfit, right, Cosa Nostra, why would his sit down be chaired by guys who were formerly affiliated with Cleveland? See, they weren't these are like parallel dimensions. These guys walked into worlds, right? Depending on the nature of the situation and what formal organizational stuff was happening, they were part of the mafia network, and at the same time, they were also part of their own organization that had its own hierarchy, which didn't neatly fit into or correspond with the structure of the regional mafia families. This is really fascinating, I think, right? It really
And
tells us something interesting.
it's a question of like where this existed, because even though we know there were Camorristi in New York City, New Jersey, we don't have any evidence that the Camorra continued in any truly functional capacity there, where the mafia was just dominant. I mean, no,
Yeah.
I don't even need to
Yeah.
clarify that. But you said we might not get into Canada, but there's some important points to get into there, and one is a Megadino tape that we've discussed, where Megadino refers to Calabrian Camorristi in Canada,
Yep.
and he says that they reached out to a member of the Buffalo family um, about inducting a guy, Charlie Longo,
Into the
bringing
Camorra,
yeah,
not into
into
the
the
mafia,
Camorra.
right? Yeah.
And Megadino says, Buffalo can't vouch for this guy. Like our family, he says, that's a violation of protocol. You have to go to San Giorgio Morghetto, which is an important Calabrian hometown that produced Canadian Camorristi. And so Megadino's saying, you have to check with their societies about Charlie Longo. And Longo was related to Dominic Longo, who became an LA member. He was originally from, that Canada, Western New York area. But Megadino's saying that, we can't vouch for the induction of a Camarista. He's
Yeah.
saying you have to consult with Calabria, possibly. He references the hometown many of these guys came from. You have to check with your own societies. And it's important too, though, because some of these guys were members of the Buffalo family.
Which is
And that's probably
part of
why
why
they.
they're going to Magadino, right?
An
Because they
example
have
is
connections to it.
Giacomo Lupino was almost certainly a Buffalo member based in Hamilton. Hamilton had some Sicilian Buffalo members, but it also had, today it has an Ndrangheta. Everybody has heard of the presence of the Ndrangheta in Ontario. It's got a huge presence.
Yep.
We know still today that the Lupinos and Violis in Canada are affiliated with Buffalo. Domenico Violi was identified as the latest Buffalo underboss. His uncle, one of the Lupinos, was identified as a captain. I I don't think there's any evidence they're part of the 'Ndrangheta, but the grandfather was. Giacomo Lupino seems to have had dual membership. There are a couple other names who we believe had dual membership. So similar arrangement to what we see in Youngstown in Pennsylvania, where guys had dual membership. What's interesting in that Megadino tape is that they were consulting the Buffalo family about bringing someone into their own organization. Because the way it works, as I said, the mafia is a representational organization. These guys had their own Camorra, and I should point out, Megadino refers to them as Calabrian Camorristi. He doesn't say 'Ndrangheta at that point in the 1960s. He's saying Camorristi. And he's saying, though, that they're consulting him. Well, since some of these guys are members and associates of Buffalo, Buffalo represents them within the Cosa Nostra world. And at that point, Buffalo was a big deal. Megadino had been a boss for decades.
Mission member, not just boss. Yeah.
Mission member, a boss. He was, one of the most powerful men in the country. There's one of the books on Canada talks about Giacomo Lupino seeing Megadino at a wedding and just gushing over him.
Yeah.
There's this perception that we're Camorristi, we're 'Ndranghetisti, we don't care about Cosa Nostra. Well, at least at that point, they sure did. And you have them consulting the mafia about inducting someone in their orbit, and Megadino saying, no, we can't be involved with that. That's not how this works. But they're probably going to Megadino because he's their representative in Cosa Nostra. They're probably it's not that Megadino was necessarily barking orders, like telling this adjacent organization what to do in Canada, but there's a relationship there, and he needed to clarify that, that isn't a function of our relationship.
Yeah, and it should be also noted that Ontario, since the period after World War II at least, is not a backwater when it comes to the modern 'Ndrangheta. It's intimately involved in what is now a transnational, transatlantic, well, more than Atlantic because it's in Australia too, right? But this transnational 'Ndrangheta network that in complex ways goes back to geographic divisions and structures that go back to Reggio Calabria, and in different ways are sort of under the authority of leadership and leadership structures in Reggio as well as Ontario. In the 60s and 70s, then we have evidence for the sort of resurgence of the 'Ndrangheta in the U.S. as part of the what's called the Sederno group often, because they these are 'Ndranghetisti in Canada, the sort of modern 'Ndrangheta in Canada, which had been there this whole time, going back to the early 1900s. So again, as it's developing in Calabria, it's also developing in Canada, and they're all sort of linked to each other. And they have projections into the U.S. by the 60s and 70s. We know this because documents were retrieved from members in Toronto and so forth, and some people talked about it, right? They had some witnesses. But by the 60s and 70s, there were locali, which, without getting into the structure of the modern 'Ndrangheta, those are like, a regional super society that the local societies called Ndrine sort of belong to. I know it's kind of complicated. I don't know if that makes any sense to people. People might already know about this a little bit. But these locali, affiliated with the Sederno group of the 'Ndrangheta in Ontario, they have locali established, according to witnesses, in Chicago, Detroit, the area around Albany in upstate New York City and Long Island, and I believe Connecticut was another place that was named. And we know very little overall about their relationship to Cosa Nostra at the same time. It's hard to believe that in the 1960s and 70s, anybody, an Italian mafia group, is going into Chicago and they don't know.
We do have, you mentioned Connecticut, and that connects to Canada, obviously, which you were connecting it to. LCN Bio's, one of the best researchers ever to contribute to this subject. He wrote a bio on Cosmo Sandalo, who I believe he was from, is it Apito Mamertina? It's one of those places near the Aspromonte. Yeah. He said that Cosmo Sandalo was affiliated with the Calabrian Camorra or 'Ndrangheta. Like, sources identified him as affiliated with them. He was seemingly a Gambino associate, later made into the Gambinos, possibly in the 70s. Yeah. Indications are it's the 70s. He had guys from Canada come to a wedding. He was also the uncle of Tony Megale, who was, I think, an acting underboss of the Gambinos. So there's something there where he's a guy who's with the Calabrian Camorra, the Ndrangheta, who joins the Gambino family a bit later, and he's connected to Canada and all that. So that's there. But yeah, these adjacent organizations, because as Angelo pointed out, there wasn't a merger where these two organizations joined. We have Canada, where there's a separate Calabrian organization. We have Youngstown in Pennsylvania, where there's a separate Calabrian organization. And just before we stop talking about Pennsylvania, then we also have Johnstown, which we already hit on.
Yeah.
Tony Lima says, and he's as good of a source as you're ever going to find, he says that Johnstown was its own Cosa Nostra family that was later merged with Pittsburgh. We've talked on the show about evidence of more small families that aren't on like the list of 26 that are typically considered the original families. So he identifies a Johnstown family.
Mm-hmm.
There was also a Johnstown Camorra organization, which Angelo could probably clarify whether that was distinct from Moro's organization. I think Gentile kind of implies it was. But so Johnstown, this town that most people have never heard of, has both its own mafia family and its own Camorra society. They're interacting. Gentile talks about Calabro of Johnstown having a Sicilian under him. He talks about a meeting they had with him about the extortions where a Sicilian came who was apparently under Calabro. At some point, they both just end up with the Pittsburgh family. But, speaking of LCN bios, he did a write-up on San Jose recently where he cites Lima as saying that there was actually a guy who joined the San Jose family. Was his last name Messina?
Yeah, it's San Vizzini. And his father was named Giacomo Vizzini in Johnstown.
And he says that this guy's father was the head of the Calabrian Camorra in Johnstown until he died in the 1930s, I think he says.
Yep.
And so you looked into it, Tony. It turns out the Vizzinis were originally Sicilian.
Well, yeah, no, they were Sicilian. They were from Villa Rosa, which at the time was in Caltanissetta province, which is also where John LaRocca, see, this goes back to everything. Everything connects to everything when you start getting into this. That was where John LaRocca, who became the boss of the Pittsburgh family and seems to have come up under the sort of guidance of Frank Amato, or at least it's, even when Frank Amato was his underboss formally, Frank Amato is perceived by a lot of people as being as powerful, if not more powerful than LaRocca, right? Yeah, John LaRocca is from Villa Rosa. The Vizzinis are from Villa Rosa. Tony Lima says that this guy Giacomo Vizzini, who's from Villa Rosa, was the boss of the Camorristi in Johnstown up until he died in the 1930s. When I looked into him, I confirmed that they're from Villa Rosa, but before arriving in Pennsylvania, they had lived what's now Crotone province. At the time, it was Catanzaro province. So they had lived, and two of their kids, including the San Vizzini that later on went out to San Jose, they were born in Calabria. The mother and father were both Sicilians from Villa Rosa. So there's this interesting connection, again, and you have Paisani links between some of the Sicilians involved in this in Western Pennsylvania, Paisani links between some of the, Calabrians who are involved. Very interesting things that intersect in interesting ways. So yeah, we have an account that Calabro has a Sicilian under him, and then if we piece that together with what Tony Lima said about Giacomo Vizzini, it would seem that probably that could have been Vizzini himself. And either way, a Sicilian seems to have succeeded Calabro as the boss of the Camorra in Johnstown.
Yeah, Sicilian by way of Calabria, which you don't see very often.
And not Sicilian from Messina or from Catania, where we know that there was, the Camorra existed in that very far eastern part of Sicily, but from Villa Rosa, which is a place that pops up in a number of other cases in the U.S. Mafia network of Cosa Nostra, including, Tony Pinelli, who was a powerful Cappuccino in the Chicago family.
And something that Tony Lima told the FBI in the 70s too.
Calashibetta, sorry, he's from Calashibetta, but from the same area, what's now Enna province. Yep.
And the boss before LaRocca, Capizzi, was from Villa Rosa too. There were some other members. But something else Lima told the FBI in the 70s is that when he was boss of the San Francisco family, Lima was a former San Francisco boss. His older relative, his uncle was the one-time consigliere of San Francisco. He was in the Banana Society case. But Lima told the FBI that at one point when he was boss of San Francisco, which was between the 1930s and 1950s, a Camarista moved to San Francisco,
Yeah.
and he wanted to induct him. He considered inducting him into the San Francisco family, so he consulted a redacted name. It could have been his uncle, could have been someone else, about how to go about this. And this redacted name told him, like, induct him, because the reason he was inducting him is they were going into business together. I think it was an olive oil business. And he was told, like, induct him, but if it doesn't work out, shelve him. And he did that after a short time. Like, he and this unnamed Camarista went into business together. He made him into the mafia, then he shelved him. No idea who it is, but um, and that opens up the whole banana society. We'll be here 10 hours with that. But Lima's older relatives, including his uncle, who became the San Francisco conciliary, Sam Lima, they were in this banana society case in Ohio, connected to Pennsylvania, all around the country, where there are indications of Camorra links with them. And that's guys.
A lot was reported. It was a major extortion ring that was being operated out of central and southern Ohio. So between central Ohio and then down into Cincinnati, this phenomenon, this group called themselves the Society of the Banana and Faithful Friends. And without maybe getting too much into it, we can do a follow-up episode that touches on some of these things. They were, all the members that we know of that were named as members of this organization were Sicilian, almost all from Palermo province, Trabia, Termini Imerese, some really core mafia towns that pop up in Pittsburgh, Chicago, and some other, Cleveland and some other places. And, not the fringes of Eastern Sicily, right, but core, as core mafia as it gets. And they seem to have been operating what looks, by all intents and purposes, to have been a Camorra society. And we're because they were sending, black hand letters to extort guys all over the place. The U.S. Postal Service investigated it, and they found that they had people mailing letters from Chicago Heights, which we haven't touched on yet. That's another interesting case, from Western Pennsylvania, and they supposedly had affiliates from Chicago all the way up into Western New York, Buffalo, and down into Cincinnati. So, were these affiliates affiliated with Cosa Nostra? Were they affiliated with the Camorra? Were they both? Were these another guys who were definitely wearing two hats, right?
Yeah, they were definitely involved with Cosa Nostra, because the Limas went back to Trabia. Like, Tony Lima told the FBI that one of his father and uncle's cousins, Giuseppe Lima, was originally made in Trabia before joining the San Jose family. So there were Limas getting made in Sicily before all this.
Yeah, and Trabia is, again, it's as mafia as you get. That's the area that, in Chicago episodes, we call the Chicago Triangle, between like Bagheria, Cimina, Termini Imerese, and nearby towns. It's, hardcore. It has a really important history, both in the Sicilian side and also in a number of American cities and mafia families.
Yeah. And we have these guys with dual membership in Youngstown, Canada. We know that dual membership is possible even in Italy. We know that members of the Camorra in the 1970s, our friend Fabien in France wrote a good article about this, but they actually inducted Camorristi into Cosa Nostra in Naples.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've seen references to it. I don't want to say for sure, but I swear I read somewhere that even some Sicilians may have been made into the Camorra, sort of this mutual, it allows for mutual recognition. Yeah. Not just Sicilians made into the Camorra, but like powerful Palermitani.
We're talking about the modern post-World War II Camorra, which is a different phenomenon than the old one we're talking about.
Right.
Now, the old one that we're talking about, that relates to the phenomenon in the U.S. back in the day, absolutely had Sicilians. So yeah, they had actual, Camorra societies operating all over Eastern Sicily. They do till today in the form of the 'Ndrangheta, right? But they also, in the prison system, there were attestations that Sicilians were also part of it. We don't know what part of Sicily they were from, if they were Eastern or Western. But again, if you go back in the day, violent criminals that were locked up in different regions got mixed together in the same prisons and were part of the same prison, society system. And then when they go back out into the world, they take that with them. So even though the mafia was already, by the late 19th century was already, well ensconced in Western and Central Sicily, we can also assume that there were already guys back in those core mafia areas that might have gone to prison and could have been initiated in the Camorra.
Then we have a guy like Gaetano Costa, who was an 'Ndrangheta leader in Messina So he was a Sicilian, Eastern Sicilian, high-ranking leader of the Ndrangheta there, and then he ended up in prison with Leo Luca Bagarella of the Corleone family, Toto Riina's brother-in-law, and Bagarella inducted him into the Corleone family in prison. So Costa was a member of both Cosa Nostra as well as the Ndrangheta. And I think you found a reference that said he may have even been a member of the Nouveau Camorra.
No, that was Calogero Marciano.
Oh, okay.
Calogero Marciano was from San Cataldo in Caltanissetta, modern Caltanissetta province. And he was a criminal. He wound up incarcerated and then was living, I guess, in freedom up in the north, in Lombardia. I forgot what the exact town is offhand, but up in the north, of Italy. And this is during the time period, like in the 70s, when since the 60s and 70s, there's been a tremendous spread of the different mafia organizations from the Mezzogiorno up into northern Italy as well as across Europe. But the Ndrangheta at this time, they were by now called that, were establishing locali and other footprints in northern Italy. And he was this guy, a Sicilian guy, not from a Camorra part of Sicily, right? Not from Messina, was initiated into the Ndrangheta by the sponsorship of another guy from San Cataldo, and and was also apparently initiated into the mafia, I believe, and then was in 1983 there was a statement from the Italian authorities that he was a member of the Nuova Camorra Organizzata, which was
Possible triple membership.
which was a sort of like a revivalist attempt from Rafael Cutolo to refound the old honored society of Campania. He was in the same hometown as Paul Rica, by the way, Ottaviano.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, when you get into this idea of dual memberships, it's important to clarify that, you can't transfer from the Camorra into Cosa Nostra and vice versa. But what this does do is it enables mutual recognition. Mm-hmm. And I think this concept is very confusing for some people, where it's like, how could you belong to multiple organizations, And I think the idea is not that, oh, now you're taking orders. Like, how can you take orders from the Sicilian Mafia and also take orders from the Camorra or the Ndrangheta? It's not about taking orders. Right. It's about mutual recognition. It's in some cases almost like an honorary title. Like when
these are leaders from the organizations.
When the Sicilians inducted Neapolitans into Cosa Nostra, Camorristi Neapolitans into Cosa Nostra in the 70s, it was almost like an honorary thing. They had gone almost like Lima inducting one in San Francisco. They were partnering. They were partnering with the Neapolitans in cigarette trafficking, and this united them, and it allowed them to recognize each other. So, that's an important part of this, is that it's not about giving orders to them or like shifting around the pecking order. It's different than like a guy simply belonging to multiple fraternal orders, like being a Freemason and a member of the Eagles or whatever. But it's not totally dissimilar either, where that's how they would have viewed it. Like, we see this being navigated in Youngstown, where these guys were Pittsburgh members, but also presiding over their own organization. There's no evidence that these groups came into conflict. There's no reason to believe this.
We have interesting accounts. We have interesting accounts also from Sicilian pentiti, right? From those who turned government's witness. They call them repentants in Italy. They repented and are now helping the government. Leonardo Messina, who was the underboss of San Cataldo. So we see yet another interesting mention of San Cataldo. And so around the same time that, a little bit after, Ndranghetisti like Gaetano Costa and Calogero Marciano turned pentiti, right? Leonardo Messina flips and he testifies. And as a administration member and a high-ranking mafioso in Sicily, he has an interesting viewpoint because he's being interviewed by the head of the anti-mafia bureau organization, whatever, in Rome, right? The sort of Italian government anti-mafia organization. He's telling this guy basically, you don't really understand how these things fit together. Like from the viewpoint of the leadership strata of all of these organizations, we view each other as the same thing. That doesn't mean they can transfer membership, or that some guy who's made as a low-level member or regular member in one organization is considered part of the other one. It means the leadership strata, right? The elite groups within these organizations all view each other fraternally. They view
Right.
each of these as manifestations of some larger sort of mafia umbrella. It's like over time they came to recognize each other as being, cognate groups like cousins.
Yeah, and Dr. Giacchino Panino, who was
Yeah.
a surgeon, a politician, and a member of the Brancaccio family. His uncle and grandfather had both been bosses of Brancaccio. He ended up flipping in the 90s. His other uncle was Toto Loverde, who we
Yeah.
mentioned, early
Chicago.
Chicago boss.
Yep.
We can go in depth about that another time. But he said something similar about these upper levels being kind of their one common entity.
Yep.
And I try to be very careful with that because you say that and people might be like, oh well, the Camorra, the Ndrangheta, and the Mafia are all one organization, and I don't think that's what's being said. But it's at the upper levels there is this commonality and there's this merging, and sometimes they formalize it.
Yep.
They might induct somebody on an honorary level.
Yep. Just to
There's a lot.
include them formally within their own fraternity, but I think the point is that they see themselves as being manifestations of the same core phenomenon, even though they're not the same organization, structurally. And this is interesting. Maybe we could wrap it up. We can go back to,
Yeah.
we talk about the mythology and the sort of arcane rituals and symbolism of the Camorra, and the Ndrangheta being like the Camorra on steroids, and taking all this to an extreme level and really sort of kind of wallowing in, sort of arcane symbolism and flowery talk. But this goes back to the 1890s. There was an 1897 case, I believe, in Palmi, I want to say, in Reggio Calabria, when there was a bunch of cases happening in the 1880s and 1890s in Calabria. Again, the Camorra was coming out of the prisons. They were establishing societies in different parts of Calabria in their hometowns, and they were running amok and terrorizing people. So there was a bunch of cases, and they had some people that testified who were affiliates and flipped. So the first example of this is the Three Spanish Knights. And this is a way, like how the Freemasons say they go back to the Temple of Solomon and so forth, right? The Ndrangheta and this comes directly from the old prison Camorra, has this mythology about itself that it goes back to knights from Spain. There's no evidence of this whatsoever, of course. Historically, this organization comes out in the 19th century from the prisons, right? That's where it's organized. But this is how they ground themselves. We're part of something deeper, right? Sort of mystical almost, right? And so there's these three Spanish knights that in Sevilla in Spain, of course, they say that they're noble because a nobleman, an aristocrat, killed or raped their sister, right? And then they kill him in retribution. So it's almost like like they're standing up against the corrupt nobility. Kind of how the mafia in Sicily has portrayed itself also, right? And they're imprisoned for, I forget if it's 21 or 29 years on the island of Favignana, which is an island off the coast of Trapani in Sicily. But this is one of those major prisons that we were talking about. So even while they're saying, well, we're part of this ancient Spanish knighthood, right? They're actually also saying they're recognizing the fact that they started in the prison system in the 19th century. And, they were imprisoned there for 20 or 29 years or whatever. And then when they get out, one goes to Naples, one goes to Calabria, and one goes to Sicily. One founds the Neapolitan Honored Society, one founds the Calabrian Honored Society, and one founds, Cosa Nostra, the Sicilian Honored Society. So, the Camorra and then later the Ndrangheta have long wrapped themselves in this mythos that all these honored societies are the same. They're all brothers, literally. We know, of course, the Sicilian Mafia actually, even though the Calabrian and Neapolitans do have the same origin and the same organization, Sicilian Mafia comes from a different root. But it does come to call itself Onorata Società and have many of the same values, even despite some of the differences we talked about. So it's interesting. It's almost like in more recent decades, as these have become, large sort of transnational organizations involved in narcotics trafficking and all sorts of corruption and diverting of public funds and so forth, and hobnobbing with political bigwigs and so forth, that they've sort of almost made that a reality, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, and the funny thing about this topic is, how many questions it opens up. And that's true for the subject in general. Like the deeper
Right.
you go, the more questions come up. And this is one that, we pulled the top off of something here, and there's more we would have loved to go into. I mean, there was so much to say, and there is more that will be gone into. Angelo has a lot more. We all do, but you mentioned like Chicago Heights. That's a topic. There's Kenosha, Wisconsin. Where
Yep.
there's reason to think there was still a Camorra society there as late as the early '80s.
The
Um,
FBI hints at it, right? They
yeah,
provided some evidence to think that that's a likely case.
but we don't have the insiders to really clarify a lot
Right.
of these things. This conversation is we've been having the pretty much this exact conversation for years. I
Yeah.
mean, Angelo, has been digging into this for a decade. He and I have been talking about it amongst ourselves for over 5 years. You almost just as long. Um, we have as many questions as anybody. While we've uncovered a lot, we have as many questions as anybody listening to this does. And the smallest little piece of information adds to this. And I'm sure people will have many questions. I know some people in the comments have asked more about the mainlanders. There's plenty of stuff listening back that I'll think, oh, I wish we would have gone into that. But it goes deep. And when you open up the idea of the mainlanders, yeah, a lot of guys were just Italian Americans. They were ordinary criminals. But we can see that during this transition period between the turn of the century and the 1930s, there was the inclusion of these other members of these other groups. Those guys rose up quickly. Frank Milano, who we talked about, appears to have been the first non-Sicilian Cosa Nostra boss in America, probably in the world. He's
Yeah.
boss, according to Gentile, he's bossed by 1930. But then from there, it's like 1931, Capone, Bazzano in Pittsburgh. Vito Genovese becomes underboss in 1931. Anastasia's underboss in 1931. So, once that door opened, we see these guys taking influential positions. It didn't change the Sicilian character. As we said, throughout this, this looks to have started around the mid 1910s. You have the Pittsburgh situation where Moro and the Calabrese Camorra, they get brought in by the mid to late 1910s. There's a report in Richie Boiardo's FBI file that says it looks like the Camorra merged with Cosa Nostra between 1915 and 1931, which
Right.
seems to be accurate. It goes back to the DeCarlo tape. There's a reference on another DeCarlo tape. The guy Fred, who was in this conversation,
Yep.
was likely Fred Pogi Torriello. He was from Campania. There's another conversation they have where he says he was made in 1916 or 1917, which is further confirmation that in New York, mainlanders were getting made that early. He seems to know a little bit about the Camorra himself in this conversation. He was older than the other guys. I believe he was born in 1892.
Yep.
So he may have been affiliated with the Camorra. We didn't even get into Valachi and Valero. But there's this conflict between Valero's group, the Navy Street group, and Morello, the Morello family. There's a war, but as Valero says, you can be close to a Sicilian for 20 years and then they'll turn on you in favor of another Sicilian, which indicates that even though Valero himself was in favor of fighting the Sicilians, he had relationships to them too, and some of his comrades were against the war,
Yeah.
as we know. But this is this transition period where everything was kind of funneling into Cosa Nostra.
Yeah. It didn't happen uniformly. It didn't happen the same way in different places. And as we can see with the Youngstown thing and some of these other indications, it's evident that it didn't happen thoroughly everywhere. I think, the most well-known, studied, sort of visible cities being New York and Chicago, we can see that, essentially, yeah, by 1931, it does look like that the Camorra societies in those cities were fully absorbed into the Cosa Nostra families there. This seems, very evident. But, you have Kenosha on the periphery of Chicago. Then you have whatever's going on in Youngstown in Western Pennsylvania and so forth, whatever's happening in Buffalo and Ontario. But some of these families are also much more shaped by this. So we see that the Genovese, Chicago, the Gambinos also, right, less thoroughly. We know much less about Philly. We see this large group of Calabrians and Messinesi in the family. We don't know 100% we really don't know anything about the Camorra in Philadelphia. There certainly would have been one there. And we know that the Navy Street Camorra group had ties and would travel. Some of them would travel to Philadelphia. So clearly that represents some connection there. It could be surmised that that's something similar would have happened in Philadelphia around the same period. We didn't talk about New England. That's another family that's heavily shaped by the participation of mainlanders. We know also little about the formal, organization that could have existed. But again, we have people like, Roselli going back to Boston and so forth.
The Morellis in Providence.
Yeah, Providence, and then you have, of course, Springfield, Massachusetts, which we haven't touched on yet, but that's gets absorbed as a Decina into the Genovese family, and I think we have good grounds to believe that was a Camorra society prior to that.
It was connected to Tony. It was connected to Mike Miranda, whose brother Tony lived there, and Mike Miranda's nephew. They were from Naples. Mike Miranda's nephew, Barney Miranda, came to New York. I think he was like 17 or 18, but he was recorded referring to like the Agabouche as an organization active in prisons, and they would give a yearbook essentially with the pictures and names of members to the warden so that these guys would get preferential treatment. So the Mirandas were very likely affiliated in some way. The Mirandas had a presence in Springfield.
I believe they were from San Giuseppe Vesuviano, right? Which is next door to Ottaviano, where Rica and Rafael Cotolo are from. So it's another one of these, again, right in the middle of this hotbed area, right?
Yes. Springfield was also connected to Navy Street and Coney Island.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's evidence, right, where we're not just saying, because there's a bunch of mainlanders and they get, brought into the Genovese family. We know that happened with the Camorra and some in Westchester and in Chicago and in New York and in Newark, right? It's pretty clear that's what happened in Springfield also.
Yeah, I use this word at the beginning, influence, influence of this over the generations. And, with Ray Patriarca, he was recorded saying that he was originally made into the Genovese family, which isn't widely known. But he says that Frank Costello, there's two different reports from the same informant. In one, they say Frank Costello. In another, they say Vito Genovese. Maybe it was both of them. But Ray Patriarca apparently was pushed as the new boss by Costello or Genovese, specifically because he was Neapolitan. Right. Costello or Genovese wanted the previous boss, Bucola, out. He was a Sicilian from Palermo, but they were specifically pushing Patriarca because he was Neapolitan. So we have stuff too, like, and I think it's mentioned in one of Anna Sergi's books. I know Fabian mentioned it on his blog, but there's a reference too from an Italian police report to Antonio Macri, an important Ndrangheta boss, consulting with, at least trying to consult with Albert Anastasia and Frank Costello, two fellow Calabrians, about expanding the Ndrangheta in Canada or something.
The claim is that they were part of summits that were held in Canada that involved the leadership of, we can call it the Ndrangheta because in the 50s is when it starts being used as a term in Italy. That had implications for Italy, for North America, and for Australia. Yeah, sort of this, when I talked about this kind of transatlantic Ndrangheta that we see in more recent decades, a lot of people would point back to the 1950s as being the formative period for that. And there's, at least from Italian law enforcement, we don't have a lot of details, but Italian law enforcement absolutely believe that Albert Anastasia and Frank Costello, both Calabrese bosses of New York, Cosa Nostra families, were a part of this.
And there's a reference somewhere too to Funzi Thierry possibly having ties to the Camorra. He was, as I mentioned at the beginning, he was Swats, Mulligan, Ceffone's, guy. Like, he was under Thierry. And then we see the influence.
He had ties to Antonio Spavone, who also had very close ties to Jack Cerrone in Chicago and lived in Chicago for a period. He had to leave Naples after getting hit in the face with a shotgun blast. He actually owned a restaurant in Chicago. Anybody from Chicago will know the name Spavone. Enough said. It's the same Spavonis.
And we also have indications that this influenced commission relationships, because we know the Genovese family represented New England, Pittsburgh, and these are all families that we're talking about here who show these some sort of residue of these mainland networks that likely went back to the Camorra.
Yeah.
So it goes to the highest levels.
Yeah,
And
the
while
Vito Genovese goes back to Campania. And people say he goes back to Naples, right? Well, what he does is he goes back to Roccarainola and Nola, the same area that I've talked about over and over again, and I keep bringing it up because it's very important historically. He actually is like a patron for the fascist party in the 1930s in Roccarainola, and then he contributes to the building of the headquarters of the fascist party in Nola for that district, which is sort of ironic because just a few years before that, the fascists in Nola were involved in a major assault and crackdown on the Camorra in that area. But it's possible by that point they had, maybe some of these, Camorristi tied to Vito Genovese may have made amends with some of the local fascist officials. It's possible. But today, that building still stands. My understanding is that, ironically, Vito Genovese's fascist party headquarters now houses a campus of the law school of the University of Naples. Yeah.
And so what we see too is it's not that these guys joined and they tried to revolutionize what the mafia fundamentally is. They brought in a different culture, but they didn't try to change the mafia. Like when I say that the Genovese family represented New England, Pittsburgh, some of these other networks and relationships existed. It's not that they were like, we're the Camorra.
Right.
They kind of made Cosa Nostra their own, but they molded to it. And we see that later. We see where some of these guys, Scarfo telling Leonetti, we Calabrians are different. We have to be shooters. The Sicilians are businessmen. They can get in their own way. We have to prove ourselves on the street. It's the John Gotti mentality, where John Gotti was a true believer in Cosa Nostra, but he also had that bravado that I'm a gangster. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna dress like a gangster, act like a gangster. I'm not Carlo Gambino,
No.
but he still fundamentally believed in Cosa Nostra. Our buddy Michael DeLeonardo has said as much.
Yeah.
Michael
Even to the point where, almost ironically, one would think he forces the sort of much more traditionalist, much more heavily Sicilian-centric, the Cavalcante family to reinitiate a bunch of members because they had been making guys for a long time without the full ceremony. They were just, they were just giving guys, a verbal ceremony. They weren't doing the whole, Punciotto, blood and fire, thing. And then you have this guy, John Gotti, companion American street tough guy from Brooklyn, right? Comes in and tells them, you got to remake all these guys because you didn't do it the right way. Cosa Nostra has to mean something, right?
Scarfo was that way too. Scarfo was
Yep.
kind of by the letter rules guy.
Yep.
Used that as an excuse to kill people and that kind of thing. But by all accounts, Scarfo, truly believed in Cosa Nostra, even though he was a product of this Calabrian faction. And there's an old newspaper article, I think I referenced it in the Philadelphia episode, but it says there were actually Scarfo cousins who were part of the Saderno group in Calabria. And, we don't know if that's confirmed, but this old newspaper article says it. They had the surname Scarfo as well. These Ndrangheta affiliates with the surname Scarfo were said to be related.
Yeah.
Probably
Yep.
because the Scarfos were from Momola.
Yep.
Same with the Catronis of Canada. I don't know where the Violis were from, but somewhere around there. And, Paolo Violi, the Bonanno captain, his dad was allegedly an important Ndranghetisti who later was not allowed to settle in Canada, so he settled outside of Cleveland. So interesting stuff.
Yeah, well, Mamola is, Scarfo, and we call him Scarfo because it got Americanized, but that's the surname is Scarfo. That's a surname from that same part of Eastern Reggio Calabria province. The Ionic, sea sort of coast. You have Siderno, Locri, places like that. Mamola is just in the interior of that. So this is all, in Reggio, the Ndrangheta is sort of organized by sort of sub-province within Reggio Calabria. So there's like 3 sections of it. And that's, those things reflect family and paisani ties. And they're also reflected in some of the organizational structures of the actual, Ndrangheta. And ways that permute back and forth across the Atlantic. So it's a big topic, right? We covered a lot of stuff. It's been 4+ hours. I think we should also, again, we noted that Angelo has been really plugging away on this We owe a tremendous debt to him because, in 2014, you and Leonard Van Riet and Rick Warner, who's also with the mob archaeologists, you all published that 2014 article in the Informer journal that really sort of cemented the framework of analyzing the early mafia in the U.S., Sicilian mafia, through the lens of the importance of these Paisani ties. Not that every single thing goes back to that, right? But that this was an important formative principle in how the mafia was first implanted in the communities of the U.S. And in many ways, I think what we've been able to do, based on you opening up the sort of focus on the American Camorra, right? It's not just this sort of side story. It's not just this weird thing that happened in Navy Street and they had a war in 1915 and then we don't hear anything about it after that. I mean, you were, one of the very first people, if not the first person, to really sort of focus on the fact that you had, both Campanian and Calabrian branches of this phenomenon that came to the U.S., took root in different communities in the U.S. and then eventually intersected or, in many cases got absorbed by the mafia over decades. So we're able to sort of, analyze some of this stuff using a similar framework to what the 2014 Informer Journal did for the Sicilian, mafia, right?
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at it through those lens of, chain migration and, whose relatives people were related to and stuff like that, it opens up a whole different can of worms, and it allows people to look at things from a, different perspective that people don't normally see. Because, we're kind of the first ones to bring genealogy, and when I say first, I mean all of us, to bring genealogy, family, and history, all that research into it. Because you go back, 10, 20 years before that, everyone's just looking up crimes and rackets. That's the big thing, the rackets, the crime, this and this. I mean, these groups have existed for the better part of 200 years, and they, like Eric said, they are tied to crime. That's not up for dispute. But what the glue that holds them together is not just crime. I mean, we see this where, you know, for instance, okay, let's go back to Reggio in the 1880s. You had a lot of stuff going on in the 1880s, 1890s, but the Camorra was documented in Reggio City back in the 1860s. It's kind of like, jump forward to the United States, the 1920s with bootlegging and all that. People are assuming, okay, well, the mafia started around then. They, filled in to take this void of bootlegging and, took it from there. But when you research it and take it back, that these groups were already formed and operational in America at the turn of the century. Just because they weren't making, a lot of noise like they were in the 20s, isn't really indicative of existence. People think that, okay, we don't hear anything about these groups, then there's nothing there, and that's just not always the case.
Yeah, and there was sorry, but then in the early part of the 20th century, in a number of towns in the U.S., there were these cases, right? They just haven't been properly contextualized or tied in. We had David Critchley's book earlier, and Critchley picked up on some of these things, right? So we talked about the sort of rereading the DeCarlo bug transcript. Once you understand that they're talking about Camorristi, right? How everything opens up. But Critchley also talked about the Navy Street and Coney Island Camorra groups, and also discussed the Westchester group, the Società Camorra de Lucre, that we brought up earlier, right? And this is these things popped up because there was extortion cases, there were murder cases. They had witnesses that flipped, long before there were affiliates involved with Cosa Nostra necessarily testifying in court. There were affiliates of the Camorra's, quote unquote, Black Hand that were testifying in court cases in 1909 in Hillsville, Pennsylvania, 1915 in Westchester. This is important because it gives us insight into what these groups are. But you have to go back and get court documents. Angelo, you've done quite a bit of this. Sometimes stuff comes out in local newspapers, and some people who've done organized crime history know about some of these things. That won't be news to them, but understanding them as part of a broader phenomenon is a different.
Well, I just want to add a little aside here that I meant to mention in this episode is that speaking of newspapers, I came across a newspaper article from Birmingham, Alabama, and I've written about Birmingham. Very little is known about the Birmingham family outside of Bill Bonanno confirming that it once existed and disbanded early on. We don't have any, we don't have FBI informants, anybody who can really confirm. And I did my best to try to find who was there and what connections existed. Obviously, someone could read that and be like, I thought this was about Alabama. You're talking about all about the DeCavalcantes and Gambinos and all this. Just what I do. But the thing is, I found this article. There was a guy in, I believe, 1925 who flipped. He cooperated with the police, and he told them his name was Jimmy Rosana. He was from Syracuse province, so Eastern Sicilian, southeastern Sicily. He flipped. He told them, I was initiated into what I thought was a fraternal society in Alabama. It was a Black Hand or Camorra society, and I had to pay a series of initiatory fees, and it had degrees. And he identified 16 members. Unfortunately, we don't have the names of them. But one of the members was identified because he wrote a letter to Rosanna. And this guy, his name was Jim Messina, and he was from Gibellina in Trapani province. And they referred to each other as dear friend and brother Mayflower. And, he says that when you join the organization, you can never leave, which is, mafia like, but it's true for all these organizations. And, when I first read it, I was like, oh, he must be talking about the Birmingham family. Birmingham was 90%, the Italian community was at one point 90% Sicilian.
Yeah.
But his reference to a series of fees, a series of degrees, and that he explicitly said it was the Camorra raises a lot of questions where, kind of like Johnstown, where in this place where we barely know about the formal mafia family that existed there, there may have been an adjacent Camorra organization. And based on this, it would have included an Eastern Sicilian and a guy from Trapani, which is, prime mafia territory, so there's this thing might have been so widespread and it might have existed in extremely unlikely places. And, getting back to, something Angelo said a second ago about, in decades past and even in the recent past, you'll read articles about mafiosi and it'll be like, he was born in Italy.
Yeah.
And I read that, it's one of my, I laugh at it because it's like, well, where?
No.
Most they'll say he was Sicilian or he was, whatever, Neapolitan. And I used to be that way with the mainlanders as well. Like, it took so much work to try to get a comprehensive understanding of the Sicilian mafia, the Sicilian branches of the American mafia. It was too much work to really dig into the mainland side. And I also didn't really think there was that much to it. I was like, yeah, there's some Calabrian guys, obviously being interested in Philadelphia, I was aware of that. There are Neapolitan guys, Capone's Neapolitan heritage is referenced by a number of sources. There were some controversies around his induction. But, talking to you guys really opened the door to the specific locations, the regions, the hometowns of the mainlanders. And that's something I'm still familiarizing myself with. Like, you talk about Western Sicily, and I can tell you exactly where even obscure towns are. But with this, I still really have to look. And, this subject has a tendency to stagnate at times. I can always find something interesting. I'm just an obsessed freak, just never gets enough of it. But it's like it does stagnate. Research stagnates. You're always waiting for those new developments and revelations. This is a big one. And as you said, Angelo really opened the door for this. He's done a lot of work. He's doing a lot of work. I hope that this episode does that for a lot of people. I hope that people find things. I hope that people share things with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a new frontier with the subject. Critchley wrote a little bit about it, just some examples. He didn't necessarily know how to contextualize it, but he did reference it. There's something to the mainlanders. Some other people have as well, but this is a new.
The FBI was aware of it from the '60s already, right? And this was presented to, the Senate in the 1980s as part of a major presentation on the history of Cosa Nostra. This was it warranted the FBI including it as a part of their timeline, sort of milestones in the history of Cosa Nostra. So it's almost like these sort of earlier moments where it gets, picked up and then just sort of doesn't go anywhere, right?
And then we see the term camorristi continued on, even though some of these guys joined the mafia and became respected and important figures. We see that term used as a pejorative. We see there's a description of Frank Balistrieri from a Milwaukee informant where it said, he operates like a camorristi. It comes up on the DeCarlo tapes again. They're talking about, I believe, Bobby Mana, and they're like, the way he's operating down there is like a camorristi. And Gentile had a disparaging take on them. They're like a disease. Joe Bonanno goes on a little tangent about the Camorra. He says that they were ruffians, highway robbers. They had nothing to do with our tradition. So there was not just ethnic difference, like they're Calabrians, we're Sicilians, but there were cultural difference, like cultural even within the underworld subculture they were all a part of. But yet these guys joined, and we know there was probably pushback, but ultimately, the Sicilian Mafia is a fundamentally conservative organization, but they did allow these guys to join. They did allow them to attain rank. They might have made their little asides. They might have, oh, he's a hard-headed Calabrese, but he's also a respected member of their secret society as well.
It's interesting because oh, sorry, Angela.
I'm sorry, real quick. Growing up, Michael DeLeonardo, he never heard Andrekada. He only heard about that online. After, his story was pretty much concluded on the street. But growing up, in that Bath Beach, Bensonhurst, part of Brooklyn, he says that they referred to the Italians downtown, up in northern Brooklyn as camorrists. Now, he referring to an organization, he was referring to somebody that was, they were low class. That's what he equated camorrists to be. I think
Red Hook, Red Hook, Cobble Hill, these sorts of areas, Navy Yard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, sorry, real quick. If you ever seen Prizzi's Honor with Jack Nicholson, there's one line in that film where he's threatening a Calabrese guy or some guy from Naples, and he says, "You're this, right? Do you remember the Camorra?" And the guy says, "Yeah," and Jack Nicholson says, "We're bigger."
Funny little pops up in American popular culture.
Yeah,
a couple times. Well, just to talk, I guess we'll have to wrap this up, but just because the topic of later accounts from mafiosi, who refer to camorristi in sort of disparaging ways, right? Marking them as being distinct, as being ruffians, as not being part of our tradition. So earlier we brought up the 60s Chicago confidential informant Teddy DeRose, associate in Chicago. And he had an interesting account because, again, he said there used to be a mafia and there used to be a Camorra. The mafia was from Sicily and the Camorra was from Naples, as he put it. And they had different origins in Italy. And then in Chicago, after 1928, they became merged into the same organization. So they weren't separate anymore. But then he says that after that, members whose origins stem from those two different organizations remain somewhat distinct. Not in any organizational sense, but in terms of the sorts of rackets they would be involved in. He said things like prostitution and drugs, for example, were examples of this. So the guys who used to be camorristi before becoming mafiosi still, by the 1960s in Chicago, had a somewhat different character or personality that was ascribed to them by an associate. And he broke down what he called the board of directors, which we know otherwise was called the Consiglio in Chicago, the council. And he broke it down by who he identified as being part of those ancestral factions. So he said that, Tony Accardo, Giancana, Ross Prio, and Jackie Cerrone, as he put it, were mafia or Sicilian. And all of those men are Sicilian except for Jackie Cerrone, but he comes up under Accardo and is sort of a protege of his from the Grand Avenue neighborhood, which has an old Sicilian mafia imprint going back to the 1890s. So that makes sense, even though Jackie Cerrone was actually Lucano, family was from Potenza. But then he interestingly says then on the council you had Paul Rica and Fiore Buccieri, and he referred to Buccieri and Paul Rica as Camorra. And those are guys from Taylor Street, again, the sort of orbit of Diamond Joe Esposito going back to the 1910s and 20s. We know that Rica almost certainly was Camorra. And then he puts Guccieri, a Calabrian, powerful Calabrian captain in Chicago, as Camorra also. So even by the 60s in Chicago, in a city that, as far as we know, this family doesn't make a lot out of the ethnic or regional differences in the membership. They don't have a Calabrian or, faction the way that the Philly does even, let alone like what we see some of these hints from Pittsburgh. But an associate who wasn't even Italian was aware of these things and picked up on it. So clearly this was part of what guys talked about. This is part of the sort of culture that surrounded the mafia. And we only get bits and pieces of it because we have very few accounts.
Yeah.
And just to kind of, wind this down, like I think Valachi's account really highlights the diminishing formal influence of the Camorra, where he goes to prison.
Mm-hmm.
He's taken under the wing of Alessandro Valero, who we know is a confirmed Camorrista leader of Navy Street. Valero's schooling him in the Italian underworld. He's kind of hinting. He says at one point he was asking questions, and Valero was like, "Slow down, kid." But he's schooling him in some of these things. He's telling him, there's differences between the Sicilians and the Neapolitans. Valachi's aware of Navy Street. He refers to them as the leaders of the Navy Street mob. He was aware of the war with the Morellos, the murder of Nick Terranova. But Valachi's under his wing. He's being taught. Valachi's a street criminal, but he's being taught for the first time that there's more to it than just crime. There's politics. There's organizational elements. He's not being told everything. Valachi's there with Carmine Clemente, and Valero tells him, "Oh, Clement, I knew your brother because Clemente's brother had been killed. They were Neapolitan. I knew your brother. He was killed by a Sicilian. Be careful of the Sicilians. You can be friends with them for 20 years, and then they'll turn on you in favor of another Sicilian." And then so Valachi gets this schooling. He's under this guy, but then Valachi gets released from prison. He gravitates toward Dominic Petrilli, who's from Abruzzo, and he says he wears yellow suits with flowers on the breast. And Valachi ends up becoming a Lucchese associate. He ends up proposed for membership. He's made by Maranzano. And then he says, Alessandro Valero gets released from prison. He reaches out to Valachi and he's like, can you make sure nothing happens to me? Can you protect me? And Valachi goes to Vito Genovese, who says, like, that's old history. He's like, sure, but that's ancient history. Wasn't that 20 years ago? But you have this guy who was someone of importance within the Camorra for, during these formative years in New York. He schools this kid who, under other circumstances, he probably would have recruited him as a member of the minor society. Valachi says nothing about, Valero didn't tell him like, oh, you're now a part of something. He just kind of looks at
there's things I can't tell you. Yeah,
I can't tell you, but Valachi's experience 10 years earlier might have been more of the standard prison Camorra experience, but Valero's clearly losing his grip.
Yeah.
Valero's never made into Cosa Nostra. He gets out of prison. He reaches out to Valachi, a fellow Neapolitan who's been inducted into Cosa Nostra. Valachi agrees to protect him. Valachi goes to Genovese, who we know had a history in the Camorra, may have even definitely knew of Valero. And Genovese's just like, that's old history. He doesn't have to worry.
The Sicilians are looking to gun him down or anything.
But it's like,
also real quick before Valachi was released from prison, Valero had told him, when you get out, I'm going to send you to somebody. And he was going to send him to Capone. Yeah, he's like, I'm going to send you to Al Capone.
Yeah, that's true. So he was kind of trying to still utilize those networks.
Yep.
That still obviously meant something to Valero, but during those years, 1920s to early 30s, it was a different story.
Yep.
Cosa Nostra had kind of absorbed everything.
Yeah. Valero's like a dinosaur coming out from prison, still thinking he needs to have protection from his paisani, or else the Sicilians are going to get him for a vendetta or something. Yeah. And Genovese is like, oh, wow, that guy? That's old history. Yep. That's a good wrap up, I think.
I think so.
I think we can also, we should also give another plug to Angelo's project, which is aptly titled American Camorra. So Angelo has this is the sort of, fruition of years of painstaking work he's done digging into the Camorra, contextualizing it in terms of its Italian origins, its origins in the prison system in Italy, and then, the court cases and other sources that we have to document and map it out here in the United States. So people definitely need to check that out. That's a lot more content will be coming out from Angelo on this topic.
So thank you both.
Yeah.
I also want to give a thanks to, people who watch this. We're maniacs who dig into these details that most people who are even people who are interested in this subject aren't going to care about the way we talk about this or what we cover. But we really do appreciate anybody who gets something out of this. Some people have contacted me privately and, told me they appreciate it. They listen at work. They don't have anybody, to rap with about this stuff. And it's nice to hear people have conversations and go in depth. And I just want to make it clear that to me, it's one of those things that goes without saying, but I do want to say it that, we really appreciate anybody who gets anything out of this, anybody who watches it, anybody who recommends it. That's something that means something to us. This is what we do privately, but we did want to share this when we started doing this show. This is a topic we've been talking about doing from the beginning. It needed to be the right time. We're really happy to share some of these thoughts and ideas. It's been a lot of research, a lot of conversation. There's more to come. There's a lot more to learn about this specific aspect of Cosa Nostra as it relates to the Camorra, as it relates to the history of the Ndrangheta. So yeah, we're always appreciative.
And I would like to formally invite everybody to join the Black Hand Forum if you're interested in continuing these type of discussions. It's a great forum. There's a lot of people on there discussing many different elements and aspects of this stuff, external to the stuff that we talk about. So please consider that. It's free.